just gonna turn this like all the way down here. Or how does this sound now?
It's almost there. Hang on. There's still delay, you know.
Yeah. I forgot how to even.
There's like no sound at all now.
Yeah, it makes sense.
So, you can turn it up like a little tiny bit on the OBS.
Yeah. Okay, that should be enough. Oh my gosh! Look at how much it skyrocketed, dude.
Yeah.
Wow.
Jeez.
Holy crap.
I still couldn't hear it though.
Okay, try it. This should be fine. If it's really soft, that's fine. Okay, battles. But it's community battles. I don't want this. I'll get destroyed.
Yeah, I actually can't hear anything from your game.
That's fine. As long as we can hear your sweet voice.
Oh god.
Saying beautiful.
Turn it up a little bit, man.
You're like, oh no.
Put a lot of pressure on me.
So, okay. So we'll do this. I don't know why it's being so finicky. Okay, well, it says I have the PKM. It says I have all these things like really high up. I'm just gonna start from this first one, and we're gonna get through them.
All right, there is a. Okay, I have just to update you on my progress. I have gone to deviantart.com, started browsing, clicked on literature, and then clicked on fanfiction.
Wow, this is still really loud.
I'm not hearing your game at all on the stream. Only a little bit.
Wow, I'm
trash. You weren't even dead. You looked away, but you were still alive.
Is OBS streaming?
What are you talking about? Yeah,
it
streams up. Oh yeah, it's stuck on the same screen. I didn't notice that. Huh. Oh, maybe go out of borderless. Maybe it's because you're in borderless.
Yeah. That probably killed it. Or actually, I bet OBS is just having a hard time. Game capture. Oh yeah, it probably is just border. I'll just go to full screen.
Yeah.
Full screen's the way to win.
Okay.
Well, I lost that like immediately, Gabe. I want you to know that. I used to be really good at this game.
Okay, so should I do what's hot or should I do popular 24 hours?
Just choose whatever fanfiction you think is good. Like, do like Steins Gate fanfiction.
Whoa. Whoa there.
Do something that like we're both willing to hear and not ruin like our favorite shows or.
I think that's not in the spirit of the game.
Okay.
You're still not streaming. You're still not. OBS is still way behind.
Okay, let me see if.
Let's mute the stream and.
No, I got this.
Alright, man.
We're gonna keep this going because it's at least getting our audio.
Okay, I need to at least start reading a fanfiction. So there's Sonic Brotherhood, like a series. Andrew and Drag. Who's Andrew?
No clue. Game capture.
Kitchen Tiny.
It is like not getting it. We're gonna remove that. We're gonna rebuild.
Let's see.
Game capture. Okay. Capture any full screen application.
Whoa, wait.
What?
Hang on. Overprotective. This is the name of that's the title of the story. And then it says, Darkiplier x Reader x Antisepticeye. So I think it's like evil versions of the YouTubers Markiplier and Jacksepticeye.
Dude, that's pretty good.
I'm gonna skim through this and see if it's.
Okay.
No, I'm not gonna.
Oh, it's still on borderless. That's why.
I'm not gonna get any of the memes that are about the YouTubers because I don't watch those guys.
I had to go through like 2 layers of this. I think it's gonna finally work.
All right. Hopefully. Undead Pokemon Nightmare. That's. I'm gonna have to talk like a Pokemon. Damn it. This is gonna be annoying. There's so much space. Everything's all spaced out. They use like 5 new lines between their paragraphs. What is going on the stream?
Shut up, Gabe. I don't need this.
Alright, well, should I wait for you?
No,
or
you
should I
can
start
keep
reading?
going.
Alright.
This only makes
Chapter 1.
Oh gosh.
3 hours before zombie outbreak. Ireland's POV. Who's Ireland? Oh god. I was walking with Amber down
No,
Route
Ireland's
4.
where Jacksepticeye lives.
No.
Right?
This is called... No, sorry. I'm not doing the Antisepticeye
Oh, okay.
meme. I'm doing Undead Pokemon Nightmare. So,
Woo.
literature, fanfiction,
It's
horror.
still borderless.
This is by... I want to give credit to the authors of all these stories. This is by Halo-the-Eevee on deviantart.com. Go check out their work if you enjoy the story, I guess. Okay. Anyways, where was I? Chapter 1. 3 hours before zombie outbreak. Ireland's POV. I was walking with Amber down Route 4 without... Oh god, it's already typos.
It's still freaking borderless, dude.
How are you... what?
I don't... Okay, I'm gonna put
Apply.
resync on. We're gonna see if that changes anything.
Boom.
I'm gonna go back. Okay. Check it out. Borderless. It's
Restart
like
the game.
triple buffering. What if I want a triple buffer game? I'm just gonna put it in Windows. No, because it'll get it in Windows.
Oh, you're gonna just capture the window?
Yeah. That's what I was doing originally, but then I was like,
You were like, I want full screen? You got
it's
3D?
still okay. It's still freaking not capturing. Okay, I'm just gonna quit the desktop. Bummer.
Ooh, I could read a creepypasta instead of this Pokemon garbage.
Dude, do that. Let's read some like bad creepypasta.
Yeah.
Oh, and you plays Frozen. Oh, it's because
Creepypasta.
this. Okay. Farcry 4. This is the best stream in the universe.
Alright. Do you want a box of desires? Dream House? The Painted Journey? Is that an Oblivion quest? Just kidding. Promise of a Lifetime? The Great White? The Zookeepers. Ooh, I bet this one, the Zookeepers, I bet it's like, there's humans in the zoo.
Alright, let's see that one then.
I bet that's it. Okay. Odds are you've been to a zoo before. If you're like me when I was a kid, you might be disappointed to find that the lions and tigers don't fight, roar, or do much of anything besides yawn and lounge around. If you're really lucky, you might just see one of them lift their heads enough to nibble at an old piece of chewed up meat that they have lazily tucked between their paws. To an onlooker, it would seem like these wild animals have lost their natural ferocity. However, it is easy to forget that these animals, as well as many others, are nocturnal. You might be surprised to see what a zoo looks like at night. I consider myself very lucky to have had the privilege of seeing this firsthand. I have worked as a zookeeper for almost 6 years to date. Like many zookeepers, in order to avoid interfering with the experiences of the guests, I did all my work at night after the gates were closed. I feel like that's not true. I don't know enough about zookeeping to like actually dispute that, but I feel like that's not true.
Get him, Gabe.
Yeah, I'm getting them. Anyways, after all, who wants to go to a zoo only to see a tiger get tranquilized and tested for disease? Most of the time during my shifts, I would walk to and from enclosures, observe the animal life there, and write down in my logbook about any strange behavior I might find. It is during... Okay, so it's not about humans in a zoo. I was wrong. So far. Anyways.
Yeah.
It is during these times that I see, from behind the security of a chain link fence or glass window, the incredibly active and brutal lifestyles of many of the nocturnal creatures. Males paired together will often fight and growl at each other. Big cats especially tend to eye me hungrily, despite being surrounded by uneaten food that litters their pens at all times. I've never been scared by them, but as I walk past their pens, it is unsettling to notice dozens of pairs of eyes gleaming back at me through the darkness, despite how safe I know I am behind the impenetrable fences. They must know it too, as they have never attempted to escape or attack me. What zoo is this? I'm wondering, because the Fort Worth Zoo and the Dallas Zoo don't have that many, like, big cats in one enclosure. You know? Like, dozens. So, like, we're talking minimum 24.
Yeah.
Multiple dozens.
Dude, full screen, just does not work, dude.
That sucks.
Like, I'm trying.
It's fine, man. It's like it looks the same on the stream.
Yeah, but I can't. I literally can't like move. If I move too far to the right,
Oh, you go off screen?
I go off screen.
That's awful.
Like, in the middle of like actual fights, which like this could like prove to be problematic.
Oh my god.
Which is why. Oh, I just moved. That. Okay, that's cool. Which is why like, I really want to.
Yeah, I got it. I gotcha. You try like I don't know.
Okay, I'm doing borderless again. Okay, and it's working.
Hey, that works. Cool. Okay. Well, anyways, dozens of big cats is where we're at in the story.
Yeah.
At night. Keep in mind. During my free time, I made friends with the 3 night guards that were in charge of keeping out any teenagers dumb enough to try and sneak in after hours. We talked a lot about the zoo and popular rumors surrounding it. The place itself is old. Apparently, it was originally built to be a storage facility for circus animals in the 19th century. Combine that with the fact that it's situated on the outskirts of a small town in rural Nevada, and it becomes easy to believe some of their more outlandish tales and theories. They told me about accidents that apparently took place years ago, like the time when a worker was feeding crocodiles until he slipped from the catwalk and joined his chickens as a part of the crocodile's diet. They even told me about how an inexperienced night manager once accidentally set loose a wild grizzly bear that killed him and snuck into town, killing several others under the cover of night before being shot by the police. That is a poorly managed zoo.
Yeah. Pretty bad.
Yeah. But by far the most interesting thing they told me was about how some of the animals would just disappear in the middle of the night, never to be seen again. It's a chupacabra story. Wait, no.
Ooh.
They drink the blood, right?
Ooh.
This especially caught my attention because not only had this phenomenon, this isn't like as cheesy as I want it to be. You know, it's just boring.
Yeah.
But I'll keep going. Well, we're already this far. Oh my god, it's so long. Okay, no, it's not that long. No, close. There's an ad. Oh god. Okay, where was I?
I don't know how to freaking fly, dude. How do I fly? Is that under vehicles?
What?
Where you just like glide?
With your glide suit?
Yeah.
Oh. Didn't you just hit spacebar again?
Dude, I'm gonna try. Nope.
I was thinking of Just Cause.
Oh,
yeah,
it is. Okay.
Yeah, you just need the space. Okay, anyways, where am I?
I just need to get reused to these
Where
controls.
am I?
Oh, and I'm about to hit into the wall. Oh, I am a master at this game.
Yeah, man, you're used to those controls.
Natural.
Okay.
Wow, I just discovered a location too.
Okay, so here we go. Wow, man, you play this exactly the same as you play Far Cry 2.
I'm so used to Far Cry 2.
Oh my god.
Just kill everyone I see. I can't do that.
Alright, anyways. So where are we at? By far the most interesting thing they told me, animals disappear, never be seen again. This especially caught my attention because not only had this phenomena been documented in the logbooks of previous night managers, but I myself had encountered this same issue within my first month of working here, when a resident of the monkey cage had vanished between my first and second routine inspections of the night. After double checking, I had assumed that it had somehow gotten out, but when I brought the issue to head management in the morning, I was floored when they frankly told me not to worry about it. Wait, you waited? There's a monkey that escaped and you waited until morning.
Dude, they're just...
This is a terrible zookeeper.
Yeah.
I'm, like, worried, frankly. Anyways, maybe that's why it's a creepypasta. It's like, ooh, poorly managed zoos.
Oh!
You just freaking exploded, dude.
How do I... Oh, first control to heal. Thank you. They were like, watch out, when I freaking walked up behind the rhino.
Yeah.
And then they shot the barrels.
Yep. Nice chunk of meat.
Oh, I can craft something now.
Okay.
I don't know what I'm doing.
Unlike the night guards who thought that the ghosts were involved, I had a feeling that zoo management had something to do with it. Nevertheless, since my employer didn't seem to care, neither would I. As months passed, I noticed that more animals seemed to vanish almost systematically, but not even the disappearance of an elderly lion seemed to worry management at all. Aside from rumors, the night guards introduced me to the facilities. I had a lot of good memories within the employee lounge and their secret lounge. That's in quotes. Which was just a cramped little room with a TV. They showed me every... Why would that... Okay. Why would they have... I feel like the regular lounge probably has a TV. Like, if they can sneak one into the secret lounge, there's probably... whatever. They showed me every bathroom and maintenance building that I would need to use in order to perform my duties. Duties? Get it?
Oh my gosh.
Every bathroom you need to perform your duties? Come on, man.
Oh man.
Come on. Just when I thought I had a good grasp of where every building was and what they were each for, I noticed at the end of my shift one morning, as the first gleams of the sun illuminated the horizon, a distant building that could only be seen if you looked in just the right direction from a certain corner of the zoo.
Oh my gosh.
That's very specific.
Yeah.
It was absent on every map we had, and my boss would just brush me off if I ever asked him about it. The structure was only one story high. The boss would just say, dude, you're crazy. You're telling me that there's a building that you can only see from one particular spot at one particular angle. I'm firing you because you're mentally unfit to take care of animals.
Yeah, and you can't do the animal
Yeah, you
thing
also
anyways.
told us like 8 times that animals disappeared. Alright?
Yeah.
Anyways.
That's bad.
Yeah, terrible zookeeper.
Hold E to trade. Refill ammo. Oh, no. Oh gosh.
Okay, where was I at? Brush me off. The structure was only about 1 story high, and upon closer inspection with some binoculars that one of the night guards lent me, it had no windows at all. There were no roads or paths that led to it, and I had never seen anyone use it in any way. It was decent in size, and I thought it was strange that a building like that would be inaccessible and nearly invisible to visitors and workers such as myself. Of course, the night guards had their theories, ranging from a power station to an animal breeding chamber. Kinky. I, however, had remembered how some animals in the zoo had gone missing, and it dawned on me that, of the instances I could remember specifically, the animals that had disappeared were always old-aged, ugly-looking, or otherwise unpopular with guests. I'm glad that you remembered that.
It's about insurance.
I can't wait to find out how that's relevant.
Dude, it's all
That
about
also, that was, starting with I, however, that was all one big sentence. It was just very, very long. Anyways, I shared with the night guards my theory about how management knew that particular animals were an eyesore, but they also knew how hard and costly it would be to get permission from the government to put them down or transfer them, not to mention the bad publicity. In order to keep things quiet, the unwanted animals were kidnapped at night and euthanized in the mysterious building where their bodies could be cremated and disposed of without law enforcement catching on. We all laughed at my idea, but I decided to stick to that theory if anyone were ever to ask, even though no one ever did. As months turned to years, more animals began to disappear, only to be discreetly and quickly replaced with younger ones. My theory didn't seem so far-fetched after all. Okay, I don't know how I feel about this story. It seems like they didn't want to kill the animals, so they killed the animals. You know? I guess it's like off the books is the whole point, but it's weird. Whatever. Let's see. All the while, I was perfecting my nightly routine. After just 2 years, I had memorized every enclosure space, created a mental list of animal populations, and minimized the amount of time it took me to complete each task. Eventually, I had over an hour of free time before the end of each shift. At first, I spent the time with the night guards. All the while, we never stopped wondering about the mysterious building and the missing animals. Then, one night, my curiosity got the better of me. It compelled me to discover the truth, like an itch that had been building with each missing animal.
How do I throw a rock? Oh, that's how I throw a rock.
You figured it out. I was going to answer you with a meme. Itch that had been building with each missing animal. As I arrived at the zebra pen for the early night inspection, I found that one was missing. While I would usually just make a note in my report and forget about it, I decided to...
Dude, what a
terrible zookeeper. Oh my god. While I would normally forget about it, I decided to walk down the path surrounding the enclosure and do a quick inspection. When I reached the farthest corner of the pen, a strange movement caught my eye. I could see something in the far distance lumbering through the underbrush. Through the darkness, I could see that it was a large, black, and definitely not a zebra. As I squinted, I could make out that it was dragging something behind it. I placed my clipboard aside, hopped the fence, and followed from a distance. The figure hadn't noticed me, but I could see that it was hauling the body of one of the zebras behind it. After a short while, I realized that we were headed in the direction of the mysterious building that I had wondered so much about. This seemed to confirm my belief that old animals were taken and executed at night, but I had to know for sure. So you see, like, a large, black, definitely not a zebra, and you're like, let me follow that.
Yeah.
He's like he's a terrible zookeeper, but he's also, like, dedicated.
Yeah.
And I respect that.
Yeah, no, it's respectable.
Yeah. Okay, anyways, as we got closer to the building, I realized that the building had been made out of concrete and was not decorated with paint, tiles, or anything at all. Wow, that sounds beautiful. Just a brutalist, like, monolithic concrete monstrosity.
Sounds pretty good.
Yeah, I like it.
Alright, I think I got a hold on the controls again.
Nice. Ready to arena it up?
I'm ready to arena it up.
Good luck. Okay. As the figure approached a solid steel door along one of the sides, a security light flickered on and illuminated him. Oh, so it's a person. Why did he say it was large, black, and not a zebra? Like, that makes me...
Gabe, it's large, black, and not a zebra.
He's technically right, but... Alright, whatever. Anyways, and how did one person drag a zebra? This is a freaking horse, dude. That's an equine beast. It's massive.
Yeah.
And he's just dragging it? Whatever. Okay. I could finally make out that he had a tranquilizer gun slung across his shoulder, and he wore a torn and dirty lab coat that had turned brown with age. He knocked 4 times, and after a few moments, a mechanical whirring was heard as it slowly swung outward. He inched his way in, dragging the zebra behind him. After several seconds had gone by, the security light turned off and the door began to close automatically. I sprinted over and slinked inside just in time and managed to avoid tripping the light. The door behind me made a hard mechanical clink as it locked itself. The inside of the building was filled with bleak and empty hallways. Dull fluorescent lights lined the ceiling. Strong metal doors dotted the walls, each with a wire mesh window. I saw the figure as it turned a corner down one of the many hallways. The building was deathly silent, except for the shuffling of the worker who was still dragging the zebra.
Oh my gosh.
This person does not know the size of a zebra. Okay, I'm gonna need to take a break to Google the weight of a zebra. An old zebra. So it's a full old zebra. 1,000 pounds.
Taking that guy out?
1,000-pound zebra. He's just dragging it along. Okay. Anyways, where are we at?
Alright, won the first round, but that's always the easy round.
I followed along quietly and peeked around the corner to see the worker shove the animal through an open door. Another person, wearing a much cleaner lab coat and holding a clipboard, emerged from the same door and closed it behind him. The man with the tranquilizer crossed his arms and said, "I hope you're making progress, Doctor. They warned me that we can't keep taking test subjects like this anymore. People are starting to ask questions. Unless we see some real results today, they may cut you from the program." The other man, apparently a doctor, replied in a hushed tone, and I couldn't make out what he said. The two walked down the hallway and disappeared behind a pair of swinging doors. I quickly shuffled down the hallway and started looking into the doors. Each room was identical and was little more than a concrete cell. Some were empty, but others had animals in them. Their condition was horrific, says the man who just, like, let animals disappear.
Yeah.
Without questioning. Nearly all of them looked like they were starving and were lying down, panting heavily. Black bruises covered their bodies. Most of them, while conscious, wouldn't look at me when I would lightly tap their glass window. Tapping on the glass? Is this man even a zookeeper?
I don't know. he's like, I'm gonna tap on the glass. The one thing
Let's
that, like...
break all the rules today. Oh man. Others were missing their eyes altogether.
Stop healing yourself.
Others were missing their eyes altogether. eventually dissolved by a strange tar substance. So it's like a black goo from like D&D, and it's also a chupacabra. I don't know, I'm lost. Anyways. Strange tar substance. By the time I had reached the door where the zebra had been pushed through, the surrounding cells held nothing more than small puddles of bubbling black goo. In the cell where the zebra lay, I could tell that the room had been...
dang it!
God.
I got a 4 kill, dude. Oh, it was such a
What
good
was that,
shame.
round 2?
It was round 4.
Whoa.
Round 5, I'm pretty sure they released a rhino. That
geez.
one's tough. But I got this. Okay, keep going. I'm sorry, I'm just really excited.
No, you're good. Okay, by the time I had reached the door where the zebra had been pushed through, the surrounding cells held nothing more than small puddles of bubbling black goo. In the cell where the zebra lay, I could tell that the room had been hastily cleaned and that the concrete interior was a darker shade than most of the others. Angry at the cruelty that I had seen, but still a little curious, I passed through the swinging doors.
Still a little curious.
I think I nailed the delivery on that one.
Still just a...
Angry at the cruelty that I had seen, but still curious. I passed through the swinging doors. I found myself standing in a long hallway, and I could make out a distant conversation coming from one end. As I went through the doors, and then there's a hallway? I thought the door was a cell. He pushed the zebra in this... whatever. I'm not going to try and keep up with this
no!
storyline here. Nice.
I chose the wrong door.
Oh.
I was going to choose like a people door, so I get massive points. Like this! Ah, dang it.
Are you trying to get a knife through?
Yeah, it's just the more you chain, the more you chain and like...
The bigger points you get?
Yeah.
Got
It's
it.
all about the points too.
Yeah.
Okay.
Anyways,
So he's in this lab.
He's in this lab. It's a hallway. The zebra hallway. He makes out a distant conversation coming from one end. As I approached the voices, I recognized one of them as the man with the tranquilizer that I had seen earlier. As I got closer, I could see that a scientist and a large, hairless lab rat were in a room behind a large glass window. The man with the tranquilizer and a few other scientists were sitting on metal folding chairs watching. I love how he just knows they're scientists. That's like my favorite detail. It's like, oh, they're in lab coats. Anyways, it had better work this time, the man with the tranquilizer said. According to my calculations, said the scientist behind the window, the transfusion of foreign cells should result in a functioning symbiotic relationship. That hurt my throat.
Woo!
The onlookers nodded in approval, and the scientist withdrew a syringe that was filled with a dark fluid.
Please open this door.
He injected
he
it into
didn't
the
open
rat
this door.
and took a few steps back. Within the cage, the rat began to run around frantically as a black substance began dribbling out of its mouth and ears. It screamed and began convulsing as dark blotches covered its skin. After a few agonizing moments, the creature collapsed and lay motionless as if viscous pus that had been oozing from its face began to cover its skin. It looked like it was coated with bubbling tar. Several seconds went by, and no one moved or spoke. I figured that whatever experiment they planned had been a failure, but scientists watched on expectantly, as did the onlookers. Everything was silent, and I stifled my breathing to avoid being caught. What? Okay. Then I saw the rat twitch. Its mouth began to open and close very slowly, and a low growl resonated throughout the building. It rose to its feet
How do I throw a
and
grenade?
looked around.
Do you know how to do that game?
No, G.
Oh, there we go.
Is it G?
Got it.
Was it G?
No, it's the middle mouse button.
That's stupid.
It makes sense.
It rose to its... Yeah, I guess it is. It rose to its feet and looked around, despite how its eyes were completely coated with sludge. Well, this looks promising, one of the onlookers said. How long is its lifespan?
How long?
I like doing the voices. The scientist behind the glass began explaining his research, but none of them noticed the creature pressing itself against the bars of its cage. He ranted on as the black tar melted off the rat, leaving behind it clean white bones. It seeped through the cage and crawled towards him. What? It was not until he had felt something cold and slimy that the scientist realized that the strange substance had engulfed his shoes and was crawling up his legs. He screamed and tried to run away, but the sludge held his feet in place. The onlookers began to panic. Seal the room! the man with the tranquilizer sprang up and began locking the scientist
Oh my
inside
gosh.
the test chamber. His screams became muffled as the slime reached his face. That was when I knew that it was time for me to get out of there. As I ran down the long hallway, I could hear an incredible commotion behind me. When I reached the swinging doors leading to the animal containment cells, I pushed against them, only to realize that they had been locked remotely. It was then that I heard the distinct sound of crashing glass, followed by a chorus of screams and a guttural roar. I was so terrified, instinct took over and my adrenaline kicked in. I booked it down the hall and found myself in a warehouse full of shelves and cupboards. I ran down one of these aisles and hid behind a large filing cabinet. By then, the screaming had stopped. The only sounds that could be heard was a shuffling and an occasional scraping sound coming from deep within the hallway. As I looked around, still trembling, I noticed in the dim light that each shelf was crammed with jars and vials. Suspended within them, horrible monstrosities floated with petrified scowls. Peeking out behind the cabinet, I saw a steel door. You like stomping, dude.
Dude, shut up, Gabe.
How many knives can you throw? You grab them off the people you kill, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
For the knife throw takedown.
Yeah. Anyways, peeking out behind the cabinet, I saw a steel door. It looked strong, but unlike the other door that I had foolishly snuck in through, I could see a keyhole and a handle. Hoping and praying that it led to the outside, I inched toward it.
Woo!
I retreated back to my hiding place, however, when I realized how close the scratching had gotten to the room I was hiding in. It sounded like dozens of people were dragging metal pickaxes across the concrete floor. As the sound became deafening, I could also make out a heavy breathing. Whatever had made its way to the doorway, judging only by the noises it made, I could tell it was huge. As it approached me, I realized that it was sniffing the air. Just then, something caught its attention. In an instant, it spun around and bolted through the doorway towards the animal chambers. It must have caught wind of the larger animals that had been kept locked up for so long. I heard a crash as it burst through the double doors. I ignored the squealing of its victims and ran to the door. To my dismay, it was locked. There was nowhere to go. As I heard the thing tear down door after door and gorge itself, I knew it was only a matter of time before it found me. I banged on the door and yelled, "Let me out! Somebody help me!" The creature heard me, and my heart dropped of course it heard you, you just screamed. And my heart dropped as I felt the floor tremble with its eager approach. But as I turned to the door for one last desperate effort to escape, I found the door open. Without thinking, I jumped through. I was able to get one look at the thing before the door closed behind me. It was in the shape of a rat, but was so large that it scraped the ceiling with its back. The creature was pure black, and the light shined over its glossy layer of dark slime. The beast lunged for me, but the door was shut just in time, and was able to withstand its flurry of vicious attacks. Leaning against the closed door, the head night guard was catching his breath. As he locked the door with his master key, he explained to me that he hadn't seen me all night, and I failed to meet them in the lounge as I had always done. When he found my clipboard lying on a path that was close to the mysterious building, he had assumed that I had been taken for asking too many questions.
Oh my god, so the night guard knows about this.
He does now. He's like, he was already skeptical, or like sketched about the whole thing, so now he's like, oh, my friend's gone, this clipboard, better check out the sketch building. I don't think he's like in on it, but we'll see. Finding the front door sealed shut, he went around back when he heard my frantic banging. The other two guards weren't far behind. He looked at me as if to say, "You saw that too, right?" But I didn't think to respond. I ran straight to my car and drove home. I never wanted to see that place again, at least not at night. Hours later, as the morning sun blanketed the town with a comfortable light. You alright?
Yeah, we're good.
I swallowed my fear and returned to the zoo one last time to formally quit in front of my boss and collect my last paycheck.
Mass paycheck?
Last.
Oh, I think it's a mass paycheck.
I would ask for a mass paycheck. I'd be like, I want my weight in gold to keep your secrets. I want my weight in black goo.
I want my weight in blackmail.
Whoa. On the way there, I couldn't help but try and see if anything had happened to that mysterious building since I left it. To my surprise, it was swarmed with a massive construction crew. Cement trucks lined the building, and I could see workers pouring concrete in through the chimneys. They were working so fast. Accompanying them, a couple men in suits stood outside a black, spotless van and watched anxiously. They exchanged a few words but kept their focus on the building. By the amount of cement that remained, I could tell that they were almost finished with their cover-up project. One of the suited men noticed me and exchanged a menacing glance. The same kind of look a bully gives to someone who just ratted him out.
Oh my god.
Everyone knows that look, Maxwell. Let's see. I snapped my head away and continued along the path towards the zoo offices. When I found my manager, before I could even say a word, he fired me for irresponsible behavior. Perhaps I should have asked him exactly what specific behavior he was referring to, but I was so sick of that backward zoo and its psycho management, I just turned around and walked off without a moment of hesitation. You're there to pick up your last paycheck too, right? Did you not pick that up? Also, the behavior he's talking about is probably ignoring the disappearance of animals, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes. Okay.
This is such a weird...
This is a strange story. I don't know how I feel about it. It's almost over. It's like 6 more paragraphs. As I was leaving, I passed that terrible building again, only to see that it had been completely abandoned. The construction party and the men in suits were already gone, with no trace of their work besides the cement that topped the chimneys. Did they just fill it to the brim with cement? As much as I hated that building and how much it had mentally scarred me, I needed closure. When no one was in sight, I hopped the fence into the same zebra pen that I had traversed the night before. Just in the middle of the day, hopping into the zebra pen. No one's alarmed by this.
Yeah, he's the zookeeper, dude.
Oh yeah, and he's wearing his like outfit on his day that he's quitting. Rapidly drying, there's his shirt that says Zookeeper. Anyways, rapidly drying concrete seeped from metal plates that covered the doors. A familiar fear returned to me as I found the door that I had miraculously escaped from the previous night. Less than a day ago, this door was all that stood between me and a hideous creature so terrible it could not have been from this world. I clutched my heart as I fully realized how close I had been to sharing in the horrible fate of its other victims. But then it dawned on me. I had never seen the creature leave the building. Those men surely knew about the incident. But why didn't they get the military? Why was there no sign of containment? Is it possible that the creature could still be inside, hastily buried as a last resort to hide a terrible secret? I pressed my ear up against the metal door. I plugged up my other ear with a finger and strained to listen. Perhaps it was only the screaming children in the park, or even cries from the animals in the zoo. But within the deep confines of that concrete prison, I could faintly make out the muffled roar of the beast that seemed to carry all of its rage and hunger through its voice. But it was only for a moment. I have no answers. I don't know what that creature was, or what has become of it. If it is trapped inside that lab of atrocities, I pray that it stays buried within its cold and gruesome tomb for eternity. The day it escapes will be our last. As for the zoo, I will never go back.
Oh, he won't.
I have already had nightmares, and it probably won't stop anytime soon. I'm considering seeking formal therapy. I don't even care.
Good for
I don't
you.
even care how much I used to get paid, how well I got along with the night guards, or how convenient and easy the job was becoming. I am never going back. On the bright side, I heard that our local Starbucks is hiring. Surviving a monster attack might look good on my resume.
Yeah, that was something.
All credit to Wandering River Dog on creepypasta.com.
It still baffles me that that's a creepypasta.
Yeah, that wasn't very creepy or pasta. I realized while I was reading that we could find some quality gems on No Sleep on Reddit. So I'm gonna head there. I'm gonna go to the new queue.
I almost died, Gabe. I want you to know that, like, I just freaking, like, went
Ham.
at that last second.
Good job.
Huh.
Okay, I'm gonna pick a story based on length. Okay, yeah. So we're gonna read My Dog Buster.
My dog, Buster.
This is submitted by maid_human76 on reddit.com. It's posted to our No Sleep. My dog, Buster. Okay. Posted only 21 minutes ago. This is a juicy, exclusive, fresh meme. I was woken by a knock at the door. I quickly fumbled for my phone to check the time, and when I saw it was already 10 a.m., I knew taking a sleeping pill for my insomnia at 2 a.m. had been a
Oh my gosh. Well, at least I killed him.
The knocking continued, and I quickly threw on a shirt and some sweatpants on my way to see who it was. When I opened it, I saw my neighbor standing there. She was holding my dog, Buster. Oh, they said the title! Oh boy. Anyways, she was holding my dog, Buster, for some reason. He was a small thing, a mix of two breeds.
I got 3 medkits, Gabe. Just hold on. I just wanted to put that out there.
Three medkits?
I got 3 medkits.
Wow.
I'm about ready to take down multiple.
Well, you know what's impressive, Maxwell? This man's dog
His
was
name
2
Buster.
breeds, and its name was Buster.
Buster?
Buster. One was okay. He was a small thing, a mix of 2 breeds. One was definitely Chihuahua, and the other was either.
The other was Buster.
The other was either Pekingese or Pomeranian. We were never sure. I found your dog running down the street. Oh, I'm sorry. Wait, I can't really do falsetto.
I've never seen the soldiers just chill. I killed all of their enemies.
All their friends.
I killed all of their friends, dude. Take the drugs. Yes. Yes.
Anyways. I found your dog running down the street, she said as she handed him to me. I started to protest that this wasn't Buster, but rather a dog that looked almost exactly like him, when I saw he was wearing Buster's collar and tags, and had the exact same mole on his head that Buster did. Alright. Why is this... Okay. That, combined with the fact that he was as excited to see me as he always was, convinced me that this was him. I felt an immediate sense of relief, followed by anger at myself for leaving the door open and letting him get out. I don't know what I would have done if the neighbor had been there to tell me she saw him lying on the road. I thanked her and carried him back to my bedroom, where I intended to get just a little more sleep. The sleeping pills still hadn't run their course. I placed Buster on my bed and prepared to settle down for another hour or so of more sleep when I heard a whimpering coming from my floor. I only have one dog, so when I leaned over, I didn't know what to expect, but I expected the worst. I thought maybe I had mice or rats or God knows what else. I was certainly not prepared for what I saw when I looked down. This is reminding me of Neil Breen. The way it's so deliberate.
Yeah.
I looked over the edge of my bed. I have one dog. I don't know what I expected to see when I looked down over the edge of my bed.
Oh my god.
That's why I was so surprised when I looked down over the edge of my bed. Oh my god. Anyways, okay, let's get back to the story for real.
Gabe, I want you to know that I got nothing here. I got no ammo. I got a grenade that I had to place. Oh my god.
Wait, where do you get ammo?
They drop it. And I think that might be an ammo. Please tell me. Yes, it's ammo. Sweet. Okay.
Oh, so they have smoke bombs attached to their ammo?
Well, if you make the audience happy,
yeah. Oh,
then they'll give you ammo.
Oh. Go grab more ammo. There's more smoke bombs. Oh.
Wait, that was round 5? I did it, Gabe.
Nice.
I figured the rhino was the last thing. I just was on a roll.
I thought it was endless.
Well, no, the weapon challenges are 5 rounds.
Oh.
And I think 1,000 points gets you 5 stars. Which, you can get if you just really run around. Don't shoot your gun.
Nice.
And then,
do takedowns?
Just do takedowns.
Okay, anyways.
Alright, yeah, keep going. So Buster, what's the status on Buster?
He has one dog, and he heard a whimper, and he didn't know what to expect when he looked over the edge of the bed, and he was surprised to see what he saw on the edge of his bed when he looked down. Okay? That's
wow, this sounds like clickbait, dude.
I know, right?
You won't believe what he saw on the edge of his bed.
You'll never guess what he saw on the ground next to his bed. Anyways.
No, I have to take this guy down, you stupid puppies.
I was certainly not prepared for what I saw when I looked down. Buster was looking up at me, his tail wagging and his mouth open in that dopey dog smile of his. Okay, I said to myself. I must be really tired. I picked him up and sat up to place him at the foot of my bed when I saw, looking back at me from his usual spot, another Buster. I'd like to be able to say that I was calm calm and collected about it as I carefully inspected each dog to determine what was happening. But instead, I uttered a weak, confused sounding "Gah!"
Gah! Gah!
I would love to say I was calm and collected, but I'm so embarrassed. Instead, I said "Gah!"
Don't tell.
How embarrassing. jumped out of my bed and ran to the kitchen. Okay, that's weird that it's spaced out over multiple
Oh,
lines.
there's the health kit. Okay.
As was his usual morning routine, Buster, both of them, followed me in expecting breakfast. So okay, so it's Buster and Divergent Buster. I think that's what's going on here.
Gabe, I threw the rock. I think he's gonna take it. I think he's gonna take. Go over there. Go over there, you dummy. I'm gonna. I got him.
Nice.
He didn't go for the rock.
Yeah, but you still got him.
Okay. All right, keep going. Divergent Buster.
Okay, so yeah, so followed me expecting breakfast. They both sat in the exact same way in almost the exact same spot and looked at. This is on No Sleep. This is supposed to be like the scariest story ever. And he's like, I have 2 dogs.
Oh, but don't you understand the implications
There's
of having 2
dogs.
Don't you understand the implications of that, Gabe?
Yeah, man. You gotta clean up twice as many poops at the same time because they poop at the same time until they diverge sufficiently from the 2 timelines. Anyways, okay. Sat in the same way in almost the same spot and looked at me as if this were the most natural thing in the world while they waited for me to fill their bowl with food. When I didn't do anything other than stare at them, they both cocked their heads to the side in confusion. That's something that dogs would do. Turn their heads to the side slightly whenever you don't give them food. They go, I'm a little perplexed with this scenario. This is one that I have not encountered before. That tiger can take a lot of bullets straight in its face. You're not really shooting it though.
Hey, that was a health pack.
Nice.
That was really convenient. Thank you, audience.
Okay, dogs cocked their heads. I emptied the bag into the bowl, and wow, it's just the whole bag, and stood back to see how the 2 dogs would handle the situation. I watched as they took turns eating. One would take several bites while the other waited patiently, and then would stand back and let their counterpart take several bites. The process was repeated for their water. When they were done, I let them both out to do their business and went to take a shower and get dressed. When I came back into the kitchen, I was hoping to see that this had all been some strange waking dream and there would only be 1 dog waiting to be let in. I was instead greeted with both dogs waiting patiently to be let in.
I like how he's trying to imply that there's like some supernatural crap going on, but it's like, it's possible that it's just another dog that looks like...
Yeah. Well, no, Maxwell, that's what he thought at first, but it had the same tags.
Oh, wow,
Yeah, it had the same tags and the same mole on its head. Unless the other dog doesn't have the tags and the mole. Because he's only looked at 1 dog. Are those otters?
No, they're just puppers.
They're not puppers. Those are badgers or something. I don't know. They're probably. They're
Don't turn around! Don't turn around! Yes!
Anyways, when they were done. Oh wait, that already happened. I spent the rest of the morning testing the dogs to see if they were indeed the same. I went through every routine I had taught Buster, and each time both dogs performed identically. He's just gonna be seeing double of you. After I ate lunch, I loaded both dogs into my car and drove to the nearest animal shelter. Wow! He's just gonna leave one? Once there, I took them both into the hospital.
I sold one of them in half.
Whoa.
Now I have 3 dogs.
Oh my god.
Thank you, King Solomon.
Luckily, I had a spare leash and told the girl working there that I had found these 2 dogs and was wondering if they could scan their chips to see who they belonged to. She pulled the scanner out and waved it over each dog. She looked at the results, shook her head, and scanned them again. That's weird, she said. What is it? I asked her. Well, according to the scanner, these dogs have identical chips. Same name, same owner, even the same...
Thank you for that voice, by the way.
Even the same unique identifying ID number.
Unique identifying ID number.
She excused herself and went into the back. She came out with an older man holding another scanner. He performed the same scan and got the same results. Where did you say you found... Oh, sorry, that's not a voice. Where did you see... Where did you say you found these dogs? He asked me. Is that Goofy? Was that Goofy? Was Goofy?
Dude, it was like Hank. It was like
Hank Goofy.
Hank X Goofy.
Whoa, one true pair, man. I never realized it was so perfect until you said it. Hank X Goofy. I want it to happen. Anyways, where did you say you found these dogs? He asked me. At this point, I realized I might have jumped into this a little unprepared. I'm normally able to come up with quick excuses. It was a talent I was quite proud of and had gotten...
Oh my gosh. This guy's like too smug.
Yeah. And had got... Dude, he said "Gaw." Can you believe it though? Like, I would say that he's too smug and he's not a believable character, but he said "Gaw." He's just like...
He said he's just a good old boy.
He's just a good old boy. He says "Gaw" like the rest of us.
He's just a good old boy.
Gaw. It was G-A-H, just to clarify like the pronunciation. It was "Gaw." It wasn't "G." It was "Gaw." Anyways. Okay. I was quite proud of and had gotten me out of doing many things I didn't want to do. This time, though, I couldn't come up with anything. I started to stammer a weak excuse.
He has a way with words.
When I could see, when I could see they weren't buying it, I just scooped up the dogs and ran back to my car, peeling out of the parking lot like a badass in a shopping center.
Dude, no, he just had like a confused situation.
He's just like spaghetti in his pocket, ran out of the... Wow. Okay. This time that I could... Okay, where was I? I started to stammer. I just scooped up the dogs and ran back to my car, peeling out of the parking lot like a badass in a shopping center parking lot after hours.
I don't understand why he thinks he's so cool.
I think that's sarcasm. Like he's like you know when like somebody peels out, you're like, oh, what a badass. I think that's what he's doing. You know, he's like, oh, I don't want to be such a tough guy.
Stick a grenade on the rhino.
Are they sticky grenades? Because I saw you stick one earlier.
They should be sticky grenades.
Nice.
Oh gosh, the rhino just popped out.
I kept checking my route. The story is almost over. I want to be clear, like nothing strange has happened. He just has 2 dogs.
Gabe,
He's got 2 dogs. Okay, anyways, I kept checking my rearview mirror to see if they or anyone else had bothered to follow me. And he's leaving an animal shelter, and he's like, "Are they tailing me?" Oh my god. And when I was sure they weren't, went back home.
Thank you.
Once home, I decided to check the internet to see if there were any cases like this before. I found plenty of reports of doppelgangers. Most of them sounded a bit crazy. But then again, if I hadn't been experiencing this myself, I would have thought it was crazy as well. After an hour of searching for answers and finding nothing, I got up to stretch my legs and check on the dogs. They were both lying in the sun, chewing on the bone I had cut in half for them earlier. They looked up when they saw me coming and went to the door to be let out. While they were outside, I went to get a drink and keep looking for information on the situation. Suddenly, I heard a loud explosion, almost as if a bomb had gone off in my backyard. I rushed out to see what had happened and saw only one Buster out there now. He was covering his eyes with his paws and whimpering. I rushed over to see if he was okay.
Only one Buster.
When I got to him, he licked my face and seemed unharmed. Several feet away from us, there was a large hole in my yard and a few feet deep by a few feet wide. The grass around it was burnt in a 10-foot radius. What? They weren't 10 feet. They were 10 feet apart. Like these 2 dogs that have been inseparable for the last hour or whatever are just suddenly 11 feet apart. Anyways, that's also a pretty big backyard. I've always had small backyards though. Anyways, I mean it's 20 feet. I guess it's not that big. Whatever. Let's see. Several feet large hole. When I approached the hole and looked down, I could see what looked like a clear pool of water. Instead of my reflection, however, I could see the other Buster from an overhead view. He was lying on his side and appeared unconscious. I watched as he slowly woke up and looked around. The vision in the hole began fading, but just before it did, he looked up at me and cocked his head sideways. I stood there for a few more minutes just staring at the hole and wondering what in the world had just happened before heading out to the shed to get a shovel. I had a lot of yard work ahead of me. Wow.
Yes!
You know, that was a story, technically. Wow.
Gabe, I'm so spooked. He has 2 dogs.
He had 2 dogs. Okay. I'm gonna go get coffee. You want coffee?
Yes, please.
Alright, I'll go get you coffee. And me coffee. And when I'm back, we'll read The Red Elevator.
That sounds spooky, Gabe. I'm not
Get
sure
ready,
for that.
viewer.
so upset. They say they got the best of the best.
Let me tell you a story about my 2 dogs. You see, the thing is, I only have 1 dog. So when I saw that I had 2 dogs, boy, I could not sleep. My favorite part is that that's on no sleep. Like the whole point of this, like the name, you know, is no sleep because it's like, oh, the story was so scary, I literally couldn't sleep at night. But then freaking made human 76 or whatever. He's just like,
yeah.
He's just like, man, if I had 2 dogs, I would just poop my pants.
It would be like a. I'm not sleeping because this is so awesome. Like.
Yeah, dude.
Like.
If I had.
There should be like a no sleep happy, and it would just be filled with those stories. Like, I woke up and there just happened to be 2
my
bags
dad got
of
me a
Chex
puppy.
Mix.
Yeah.
I don't know why I said Chex Mix. I don't eat that much Chex Mix.
He eats so much Chex Mix. He's lying. Just kidding.
Don't let Gabe lie to you. Last time I've had Chex Mix was like a month ago.
You didn't have any when Riker brought it over?
That was Cheez-Its.
No, Isaac bought the Cheez-Its. Riker bought turtle Chex Mix. I didn't have any of it, and he took it. He left the peanut M&Ms, but he took the Chex Mix.
I don't remember him having. I didn't.
I think he kept them to himself, honestly.
Yeah.
he took them. He got them, and he ate some while he was here. But I was also not on the couch, you know, so I didn't really get any snacks while we were watching movies. Anyways, it's time for me to read.
Did you see that, Gabe? Did you see?
I saw something. Did somebody drop down an explosive barrel?
Yeah, they throw things from the balcony.
They threw the explosive barrel down?
Yeah, they throw like explosive barrels.
That
if you do really
dangerous.
good, they throw like
like health and ammo.
Yeah. Whoa, that was totally intended.
Get wrecked. Oh my god, get wrecked.
Oh my gosh. Why did you have to say that, Gabe? I was getting so not wrecked. And here you are.
Okay. The Red Elevator by Winchester Bro.
What?
Fourth Winchester Bro.
Dude.
Fourth Winchester Bro.
Dude, he's a Supernatural fan. I'm telling you right now.
Oh my god. Winchester Brothers? Is that...
Dude, yeah.
That makes sense that he'd be posting on No Sleep.
Yeah.
This is gonna be super freaking natural. I'm ready for the ghost spooks. The demon spooks. It's called The Red Elevator. It's by Fourth Winchester Bro. Every college/university. That's a great start. Every college/university has their own urban legend, and they all seem to be pretty similar. Even in Bangkok, Thailand, where I had studied, we heard about a slightly different version of Bloody Mary. However...
Dude, okay, hold on a second.
Yeah.
I just wanted to be noted that it was first round, and I've already gotten 350 points.
Whoa, that's so many points.
I don't even think I used the bow. Like, I'm pretty sure I just, like, walked around and, like, did take
That's definitely not an arbitrary number to me.
Yeah,
I know exactly.
That's why I said it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyways. Okay, wait, first of all, does our college have, our nameless college, does it have an urban legend?
Dude, yeah. All colleges have their own urban legends.
And they're all similar to Bloody Mary, so let's hear ours. Maxwell, what is it called again?
Bloody John. It's, if you're at the urinal, and you know, like the lever.
You know, we can fill in the rest of it.
No. You take the lever.
Yeah.
The one that's like on the ball joint.
Yeah.
And you rotate it around the joint like 3 times, and you say, Bloody John, Bloody John, Bloody John. And blood starts freaking just going down the urinal.
It starts flushing blood?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then you die 4 days later.
Oh, 4 days later.
4 days later.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's the sad part.
And that's just like, just to be clear, that's natural causes.
Yeah, that's natural causes.
It's not.
Yeah, there's nothing special.
Like you just blood doesn't pour out of you. Like nobody comes to murder you. Bloody John doesn't come from
Bloody
John is a toilet.
You die of like a heart attack.
Yeah, I mean just totally not like you just die of old age regardless of your age.
weird.
Yeah, it's yeah.
We go to a weird university.
Yeah, you remember Jim? He did the Bloody John. He's dead.
Yeah.
It was 5 days
Are
ago.
you saying Jim from Jim and Pam's Wonderful Adventure?
Yeah. I took a class about office management last semester, and I met a guy named Jim, and he was like, yeah, I could go into office management further, but I don't really feel like it. That was such a stretch. Okay.
No, that was good.
Anyways, so now that we've told you about Bloody John.
Yeah, sorry.
However, the university I studied in, this is the story, this isn't me, again, this should be clear, did have its own unique urban legend, which is tied to a true historical event, and I thought it would be cool to share it here. I will not share the name of the university, though, but you could easily do a quick Google search, and I'm sure you would find it. Back in 1876, there was an attack by Thai state forces and far-right paramilitaries on student protesters on the campus. The protests were due to students from various universities around Thailand being displeased with the return of former military dictator to Thailand from Singapore.
Wait, this is a Bloody Mary, like?
No.
Okay.
This is a unique one. Unique to his university.
Yeah, but
which you could Google if you wanted to.
Oh, are you saying? So he wasn't saying everyone has their version of Bloody Mary. He's just saying
he was.
Okay, so this is his version.
It's not. Listen.
Okay.
Let me explain.
I'm so lost.
He said that every university has its own urban legend, but most of them are similar to Bloody Mary. But his university also has like a unique one.
Yeah.
Tied to this military dictator.
Our one and only one at this school is Bloody John.
Yeah.
And it's only male-based too.
Yeah.
Which
there are others. Let's leave this joke open for future exploration. No, just kidding. Anyways.
What are you saying, joke, Gabe?
Yeah.
Bloody John is very real.
Yeah. No, I know Bloody John is real. I'm just saying, if in the future we want to make a joke about urban legends, never mind. Anyways.
It's alright, Gabe.
Okay. Just before dawn on 6 October, the attack. I'm gonna read this like straight because I feel like this is gonna have like weird English stuff, and I'm not gonna try and correct it. The attack on the student protesters began and continued until noon. To this day, the number of casualties remains in dispute between the Thai government and survivors of the massacre. According to the government, 46 died in the killings, with 167 wounded and 3,000 arrested. Many survivors claim that the death toll was well over 100. Many students attempted to escape by cramming themselves into a single elevator and stopping it between floors in order to avoid the shootings. One elevator was not so lucky, because as the students were frantically trying to get in and get the door closed, the military had reached them and opened fire before they could. It was literally shooting fish in a barrel, except that it was figuratively shooting fish in a barrel. No, I'm kidding. I'm totally not one of those. I'm totally not one of those people.
This moron.
They used literally. After the ordeal was over and reparations were being made, that particular elevator had red stains from the blood of all the students. The university decided that the only way they could take care of those stains cost-effectively was to paint the whole elevator red. No.
Actually, that's a negative. You don't have to do that.
Now imagine being in that elevator all alone, knowing what had happened, trying to differentiate between the blood stains and the paint color.
Yeah, why would they do this?
Wait, so now you're saying the reason they painted it red was because they were like, oh, it'll be cheaper if we don't paint the whole elevator.
Yeah.
We avoid painting the blood spots because it'll look red just the same.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous.
I'm upset. I'm upset just thinking about this.
Yeah.
I'm not doing anything. They're stealing all of my kills, and it's making me really upset. Because there's just barrels.
Dude, your score is only 750.
Everywhere, dude.
Your score is only 750.
I think I only need 1,000.
That number is not arbitrary to me.
But this is round 3. I should be at 1,000 already.
Yeah. Freaking idiot. Sorry. Anyways. Okay.
It's about to be round 4 and I only have 1.
Now imagine being in the elevator trying to differentiate. Okay. As the legend goes, your elevator would get stuck in between floors and sounds of gunshots and screams of the dying students would fill the elevator. You would be faced with the spirits of students and would have no way of escape. With Thai people wholeheartedly believing in spirits, no student ever dared use that elevator anymore. But you can't kill curiosity. Students wanted to know what would happen if someone used that elevator, but they didn't want to be the one to do it. After several years, things got better in the country, and foreign exchange student programs began to develop. After a new foreign student, who had only just come to Thailand and has no idea about its history as of yet. What? Oh, that's just the end of the sentence. Oh, enter a new foreign student. Okay, got it. She was a girl from Japan, fresh-faced and excited about her first time being abroad.
Being abroad.
I kind of drew that out, so it sounded like I said a broad. Anyways.
I'm just going to knife this. Oh.
She made good friends and eventually started dating local guys. One of the guys, being mischievous, had suggested that they go walk around the university campus late in the evening. He intentionally walked in the direction that would lead them to the elevator. He had convinced the girl to hang out on the roofs of the university building and casually proceeded towards the red elevator. The elevator door creaks open and they both step inside, but as the doors begin to close, the boy jumps out and says he'll race her to the top by using the stairs. The last thing he sees as the door closes is the Japanese girl giving this is awful, a stereotypical Asian giggle and waving bye to him. Wow.
I don't know what's worse.
I'm upset.
Like him saying that,
Yeah.
or me like actually being able to like audibly like hear it.
Yeah. See her do like the little geisha like cover her mouth thing and then go hee hee.
Like I don't know what makes me more upset.
It's both.
Yeah.
As the boy raced to the top floor by stairs, he knew there was no way he would beat her in the elevator, but he hurried as fast as he could anyways. He really wanted to know what she would experience, if she does experience anything, that is. He reached the top floor and was surprised not to see her waiting outside the elevator for him. He walked towards the red door of the elevator, checking to see what floor it was on. He notices the elevator says 3, but it is no longer moving. He looks around to make sure that his new foreign girlfriend is nowhere to be found. He knew he had to press the call elevator button, his hands trembling as he does. The red elevator reaches the top floor, and the doors open.
These dingoes are stealing all of my kills.
They're eating your babies?
Dude, they're eating all my babies, dude.
Oh my god. Okay. He sees the young Japanese girl sitting down with her head pressed to her knees, and she was muttering something he couldn't make out. He calls her name. Yeah, he couldn't make out. Yo, ruined that date. Sorry. He calls her name softly, but she doesn't respond. He tries a little louder, with his hand still on the call elevator button to keep the doors open. No response. He tries a third time, again louder, to make sure she hears him without a doubt. The girl lifts her head, her eyes and facial expression completely blank, and just repeatedly muttering, "Down with the dictatorship," in Thai. He didn't think she knew Thai that well. He is unable to lock eyes with her, as she is in a state of total shock. So he leans forward to tap her with his other hand. As soon as his skin makes contact with hers, she looks straight at him, and this time yells, "Down with the dictatorship!" as she jumps up and sprints past him, through the door to the roof, and jumps straight off. No one really knows what happened to the boy. Some say he went to jail because no one believed his story and that he must have pushed her off. The media doesn't really cover the story either, because it seemed like your everyday ordinary murder case. That red elevator is still there.
Everyday ordinary murder case.
And no student it's Thailand. And no student dares to use it till this day. Isn't that where this game takes place? I don't know anything about this game. Isn't that... where is it? It's somewhere in Southeast Asia, right?
This is like North India.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought it was like...
No, it has like a whole bunch of India references.
I thought it was in Southeast Asia.
It's unnamed North Indian country.
I'm gonna look that up, because I'm pretty sure I've read like an actual name.
It's the one with it's the one near the Himalayas.
Oh, this is Far Cry 4.
Yeah.
I searched Far Cry 3, and I was like, Rook Island. Oh, it's a fictional Himalayan country, located near Nepal.
Yeah, there you go.
Got
Told
it.
you.
Kirat.
Yeah, and you know where Nepal is?
Yeah,
That's right.
Himalayas.
North India, dude.
Yeah.
Get freaking right.
I wasn't like...
Remember when I was like,
I knew
if you're wrong,
I just
I'm
knew
right?
that it had a name, and I thought that it was a
Yeah.
real place for some reason, even though that would be stupid if they used a real place.
Like America?
Yeah.
Gabe, I'm so upset
Okay, wait. I'm not actually gonna read it, but I just want you to understand. That's Muriel from Courage the Cowardly Dog. The old woman. Yeah. Isn't that sad?
I'm so upset right now, dude.
Can I just read? I want to read it. Hang on.
I immediately die. Fifth round.
I have to go potty real bad. I'm not gonna read it. Sorry. I just had to read that line. Oh god.
I need coffee.
Wait. Top me off. Wait.
Let it be noted, I'm standing like a goober.
He's getting me coffee. Okay.
Well, I swapped the cups, dude.
Gross.
And then poisoned my cup.
I peed in my cup, so pick your poison.
I bloody John, but not mine.
Oh no. Oh god.
Farcry 4, more like Bart the Coors.
Okay, so whoa, that's hot. Okay, so this story is called Loki X Self-Harmed Reader.
Loki and self-harmed reader?
Yeah.
So it's Loki fanfiction with the reader?
With the reader who has cut themselves. And it's called I'll Kiss Your Cuts Away. Loki from Marvel's The Avengers.
Yeah.
And the Thor movies.
I get it.
Yeah. Okay.
Self-harmed reader. Poor self-harmed reader. Dude, know what really upsets me about this game?
What?
Is the fact that, like, sneaking up to somebody just entails, like, oh, like, you just have to walk up to them. Like, there's nothing else.
I feel like all of these are sexual. I mean, I know that I'm on. Okay, so let's do sci-fi, maybe? So I feel like sci-fi is like always cheesy. Ooh, Kakashi X Reader, it was you. Yep, doing the Naruto fanfiction. Oh boy. You sat in a tree. I'm like jumping right into this.
Yeah.
You sat in a tree in the training grounds. It's called It Was You. Admiring the beautiful night sky, which tonight was decorated with more stars than any other night you had seen before. The soft moonlight cascaded down your skin as you sat. The moonlight is like traveling down your skin. Sorry. I just love imagining like the light moving at like sub-light speed. Anyways. The soft moonlight cascaded down your skin as you sighed, releasing part of the stress that came with tomorrow's events. So I'm like really gassy, burping all kinds of burps. Tomorrow, you would take the test to become a fully fledged Jonin. Joni?
Joni.
Sorry.
Come on, dude.
Sorry, man. It's been a while.
Uncultured.
A full-fledged Jonin, but you were really nervous to say the least. Although you were confident in your skills and abilities, doubt still was able to invade your mind. What if I'm not cut out for this? Is that racist? Whoa.
I'm not sure about that one.
That's a little too much. I'll do Naruto instead. What if I'm not cut out for this? You ask yourself.
No, you totally feel like he's cut out for it, dude.
Oh, you're right.
You're now wrong.
Believe it. Okay, sorry. What's a Naruto character? I'm not gonna do like Hinata, because I don't want to do like a girly voice. Whatever. What if I'm not cut out for this? You asked yourself. I'm barely 20, and sure Lady Hokage recommended me, but you sighed. Maybe she was mistaken. So is this taking place during the time where the blonde lady is Hokage? She's like she was like temp Hokage, you know? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I don't know enough lore.
Yeah, I don't think this is canon.
Why is this under sci-fi? I just remembered that I was looking at sci-fi. I guess Naruto.
No, okay, stop.
Maxwell, they use radios. It's at least like, you know, like a altered history. Anyways. I don't think so. Lady Hokage is almost never wrong. You knew that voice well. Kakashi Sensei, didn't anyone tell you it wrong to spy on your comrades?
Didn't anyone tell you it
wrong?
It wrong, dude.
The man who was 2 trees behind you came over and sat next to you. I was worried about you and went to check up on you, but you weren't home, so I figured you'd be here. A soft smile decorated your lips. Well, you figured right, Kakashi Sensei. You know... Okay, wait, we now need to pick a name for our fictional ninja. I'm gonna call it Maxwell.
Willie.
Maxwell. You know Maxwell.
No, don't call it
Yeah,
Maxwell.
it's gonna be called Maxwell.
No!
You can't stop me.
You call it... Oh.
You know Maxwell.
Okay,
it's
you
just
know
the two of
this.
us.
I'm glad.
You want this, man. Yeah, it's Kakashi Sensei.
I don't want this.
You
I don't want this.
You know Maxwell.
No,
it's just the two of us.
female character.
You can drop the formality. I don't know if it's gonna be sexual. Let me skim through the end. Let me skim to the end. Hang on.
Do Kakashi. Please. Do Kakashi X Kakashi.
No.
Yes.
No.
Dude.
I'm gonna do Guy.
Oh, dude, do Guy.
You know Guy. It's just the two of us.
This sex is so good. Oh my
Yeah,
gosh.
it does. You can drop the formality. Yeah, sorry about that.
That's the perfect time.
I keep forgetting. Oh my god. So back to the subject. I don't know Kakashi's voice very well. It's like too gruff for me to pull off.
Yeah, it's just like this. I don't know.
Yeah, it's bad. Okay. So back to the subject at hand.
Naruto.
I'm gonna do it in my normal voice. It's fine. You really think Lady Tsunade was wrong to recommend you? It's kind of like definitely not canon because he's talking to Guy.
Yeah.
Well, let's okay, whatever.
But it's fine.
It's fine.
We can do Lee.
No,
Let's not take-
Guy is like the duo. Guy X Kakashi is like my one true pair for Naruto.
Yeah. I bet there is fanfiction.
I
bet you can just look up
guarantee. If
Guy
I
X
Google-
Kakashi.
Yeah. Okay. Anyways.
Why do I always pick the Bobcat door?
So back to the subject at hand. You really think Lady Tsunade was wrong to recommend you? Your eyes widened for a fraction of a second. I'm gonna start saying your eyes. I'm gonna start saying Guy's. Okay. Guy's eyes widened for a fraction of a second, and to replace them, a small smile appeared on his lips, but he could see the emotions behind it. Although older than you, I'm not gonna say you. It's gonna be too confusing. Although older than you, Kakashi is your best friend, and he could see what you really felt behind your smile. And right now, he could see as clear as day the sadness and uncertainty you were feeling. You know, it's funny. Oh wait, this is Guy. You know, it's funny. Half of me says that I'm going to ace it, but the other says I'm just going to embarrass myself in front of everyone, and I really don't know which one to listen to. Really? Then let me help you out. You looked at him and raised an eyebrow. How are you going to do that, Kakashi? Simple. I'll ask a question and you answer it, all right? He said with a smile as he noticed by how his eye cringed. Oh, wait, okay, because he only has one eye exposed. All right, let me at him. That was a Guy line.
Yeah.
Where did it go? I'm lost. Oh. Remember that mission we had in the Land of Wind? The one we had to protect a group of merchants from some rogues from the hidden sand. That's the one. What about it? When the son of one of the merchants fell down a cliff and was hanging only by a branch. Who was the one that jumped down without a rope and climbed back up without a scratch? You laughed a bit at the memory. I did.
You guy was just keeps getting it.
Correct. Next question. On that same mission, I taught you one of my... I could just like hear the cheesy Naruto music too.
Yeah.
The next question. On the same mission, I taught you one of my signature jutsus, which one was it, and how long did it take you to master it? You sighed and smiled. Chidori, and it took me 2 days and 3 nights to master it properly.
2? Oh my gosh.
Whoa.
This guy's a freaking legend,
Dude, it's Guy, come on.
Yeah.
He runs so many laps. Okay. Correct. Next question. What is this? 20 questions? Sort of, but you'll see the point soon enough. You rolled your eyes.
How would you not see the point?
Yeah, right? Yeah.
Who was the one who saved everyone? Who is the one who's really good at everything?
Here in the village, who can identify any type of poison in any kind of food just by smell? Me.
Me.
We're gonna do another one of these readers next time, and I think I have a good idea for who the blank should be. Anyways, no, never mind. Correct.
You Shikamaru?
No. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Correct. Who in the village has both wind style and lightning style chakra natures? You sighed. Me again. He nodded. Who's the fastest swimmer in the village? Me. Who beat Naruto in a ramen eating contest? You giggled. Me.
Oh my god.
Who saved me when I was
this person?
when I was about to be stabbed by a rogue? Me. Who carried me? You see the theme here? Who carried me all the way to the village after I used my Sharingan too much and depleted most of my chakra? Naruto. Just kidding, it says me. Who's the only shinobi from the village that gets along perfectly with the Tsuchikage? I don't know what that means. Me. Who made 100 doses of Sakura's anti-venom in a day? Me. Who won the Miss Konoha the Miss Konoha pageant last year? You gasped and hit him on the shoulder. Hey, you promised not to speak about that ever again.
Oh my god.
This guy. Anyways.
Yeah,
I did, but bear with me. It was you, wasn't it? You looked away with a smile. Yeah, it was me. Well, I don't see any reason why Lady Tsunade would be wrong to recommend you. You looked at him confused. You're smart, you're strong, you're cunning and hard-headed, but you're also very caring and beautiful.
Whoa, here we go.
I love your eyebrows, and I can't believe that
Yeah.
I added that one, and I can't believe that everyone can see it except you. You blushed a light pink at his statement, but smiled softly nonetheless. You know, Kakashi, that's the nicest thing anyone has ever said to me. You looked up at the night sky with a smile that could outshine the moon and all the stars. You're right. Tomorrow I'm going to be a Jonin. You can bet on it. You turned to Kakashi and enveloped him in a warm hug and whispered in his ear.
I like how they just stole just like tons of
content.
content from like other characters.
Yeah.
Like
You can do that thing Sakura did, but 100 times.
yeah.
Okay. So
Oh, that's a bear. That's a freaking bear.
So he's hugging.
And I'm dead. I
So-
hate this game, dude.
Oh my god. So Guy is hugging Kakashi, and then he whispers in his ear, "Thank you, Kakashi." Wait, hang on. I'm gonna do the ASMR meme. Thank you, Kakashi. I don't know what I would do without you. He returned your embrace, to which you relaxed upon. That was like very anticlimactic. I'm sorry.
Are you good?
You don't have to thank me. I just stated the obvious. Anyone can see that. Well, I couldn't, so I really am grateful, he said as you separated from him. You know what, Kakashi? I'm so sure I'm going to pass that I want to make a bet. Kakashi raised an eyebrow at your question. That's not a question. Oh yeah? What did you have in mind? If I pass the test tomorrow, you have to show me your face. And if you don't...
Whoa! They just stole another episode.
That's the whole episode. And if you don't, I'll do whatever you tell me for a whole day. Deal?
Whoa.
Whoa. You said, extending your pinky to him. They do pinky swears in the ninja universe? Oh, okay.
Remember when Naruto did that pinky swear?
Oh my god. I don't, but sure.
I was saying this would be like in the...
Yeah.
Remember when you did 20 more pinky swears than Naruto?
Oh my god. Yeah. Okay, alright, deal. He intertwined his pinky with yours. Woohoo! That sounded like a guy, right? I nailed it. No, not really. You kissed the intertwined fingers. Get ready, Kakashi, because tomorrow your face is mine.
Oh my gosh.
You laughed happily, and he chuckled a bit. Well, you looked upon the moon. Looked up at the moon one more time. A burst of confidence inside.
I always pick the animal door, Gabe.
You should pick the anime door. It's pretty late, Kakashi. I have to go to bed now so I can wake up early tomorrow. You noticed that your fingers were still intertwined and smiled. Hey, Kakashi, one more thing. What's wrong? Promise me, no matter what happens, you'll be by my side, supporting me. You saw his eye cringe again, meaning he was smiling behind his mask, not cringing as hard as I am right now. Just kidding. That's a joke. Anyways.
Oh, that was a joke.
Yeah, it was a joke. It was a do the same. I promise, you said with a smile. Good. Now, close your eyes. Okay. You did as you were told, and felt the lightest of kisses fall upon your, upon your intertwined fingers. You immediately opened your eyes, but you were too late. He already had his mask back on. You glared half-heartedly at him. What? The deal is, you pass the test tomorrow, and then I show you my face. You shook your head and rolled your eyes. Good night, Kakashi, you said as you retracted your hand, him following suit. Good night, guy. You stood up on the branch and lifted his headband just enough to plant a small feather-like kiss on his forehead.
Oh my gosh.
This is so cute. Thanks again, Kakashi. Oh my god. With that, you took off jumping from branch to branch to get back to your home where a peaceful slumber awaited you. Kakashi, on the other hand, stayed behind a bit longer and looked at the moon, still being able to feel the warmth of your kiss on his forehead. You know, there was one more thing I forgot to ask you.
I always choose the animal door, Gabe!
He looked at the pinky he had intertwined with you.
I double animal right there, by the way.
Maxwell, you're ruining, like, literally the best part of the whole
I'm just,
story.
like, really triggered right now in this game,
I'm
so
gonna have to
I'm
reread,
sorry.
I'm gonna have to reread, like, a bunch
That's
of
fine, that's fine.
Alright, are you ready?
Yeah,
okay.
Go for it.
Okay, so the guy Sensei has just taken off to his home, branch to branch. You know, there was one more thing I forgot to ask you. He looked at the pinky he had intertwined with you. Who was the one that stole my heart?
Oh my god.
He closed his eyes and smiled. Oh, right. That was you, too.
Is this Kakashi or guy?
That's Kakashi.
Okay.
Yeah. Wowie. Wowie zowie.
And that was it? That was the whole story?
That was it, man.
Oh, that's pretty good.
That was something. I enjoyed I think calling it Guy Sensei, totally made it, decent.
I'm glad it didn't go any further than that. I would have been...
Yeah, I would have stopped reading. Because I skimmed to the end. If I saw it get, blatantly sexual, I would have stopped it, you know? I would have been no, you shouldn't read this one. Because nobody wants to hear, fanfiction, you know.
Yes, I'm still alive! I'm still alive! I'm still alive! I'm gonna win!
Okay. You're good to keep going, right?
Yeah, I'm good to keep going.
Okay, cool.
I just healed. Oh, there we go. There we go. Oh, I have no bullets. Okay. And now it's just the rhino. And I can just stand right here, and the rhino's like, what do I do? I'm a rhino! Thank you! Thank you! I love that. That animation is so good. That, there's just at the end, just yes.
He raises his hands, it's pretty good.
It just makes me feel so good about myself, Gabe.
There's, the Dr. X Reader. You know what?
Okay.
No, here's what, I'm gonna search Steins Gate.
No,
We're gonna ruin
no,
something
no.
good.
Dude,
We are gonna ruin something good for all these people.
Please. There's nobody watching. You're only gonna ruin what's good for us.
Yeah, I know. Okay, should I search for a specific thing though? No, I'm not going to. I'm gonna go back to literature. Go to prose. Ooh, I could do a script. Yeah, let's do a script. Sonic's Alpha Part 12. Can we jump in to Part 12? I think we can.
Yeah.
Ooh, I see a Gaara. Classic Gaara. Oh my god. If we're ever important enough to have t-shirts, can we make a t-shirt that says Gaara? Can that be a recurring...
You would have to also show a picture of Gaara. I say Gaara.
Oh my god.
It's
Wow.
so bad, right? Dude, this gun destroys everything.
Maxwell, that was the perfect, catch to make me never want to have that shirt. Thank you.
You're welcome. Dude, I always pick the animal door. A ball-jointed urinal. Man, you know what I'm talking about. Are you not entertained?
Ball-jointed urinals anywhere on campus?
Dude, most of them are,
Automatic now.
yeah, most of them are automatic.
I know there are like a handful
We
that
high class, man.
Yeah. Here at Harvard University, Texas branch. That's how prestigious we are. Yeah. I hope they can hear me urinating on the stream.
That would be, I think, everyone's greatest dream. The greatest dream on the greatest stream.
More like the greatest breed.
Neil Breen is just such a treasure. Dude, my character just God, dude. You made a mistake. Oh, no, you didn't make a mistake, okay. Oh, he killed himself. No! What did you... Oh my gosh.
You know, I really tried. I really gave it my all, but I don't think I have enough urine built up to make it a noisy one. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, loyal viewers. If I disappointed you. Okay. Sonic's Alpha Part 12. Back at Sonic's place. Sonic chaos controlled
Oh my gosh.
to his home, only to find out it was surrounded by police. What the heck?
I died! Oh,
Yes.
I was hitting S!
Oh my god.
Oh my god!
Some people just can't appreciate good literature.
I'm sorry, Gabe. You keep going.
No, it's okay. You're good. Are you ready?
Mm-hmm.
Actually, let me like skim through this one to make sure it's like not horrible. You know, the only reason I clicked on this is because I'm just gonna read this one part and then I'm gonna move on and read something else because this is probably really bad. But one of the first lines, Amy just okay. So I'm gonna read like the first 4 lines of the story. What the heck? He asked, raising an eyebrow. That's Sonic. Chaos controlled Sonic. Sonic-oo! Amy shouted from out of nowhere, wrapping her arms around Sonic in a death grip, right on the spot where Shadow bit him. Okay, this is already like we need to know prior information about Shadow biting him.
They're really like...
Yeah, they expect you to keep up, dude. you're gonna miss out. Gah! Amy, let go. He growled, shoving the girl off. That's all I'm gonna read. I'm gonna end it there. Because I really don't want to read this. It's not bad. I mean, it's terrible, but it's not like, you know, like pornographic. Huh.
Everyone who falls in the arena will be considered a new contestant. Oh my gosh, what are you doing? What are you doing? This is really intense, by the way. Oh, now I'm healing twice. That guy tried to rush at me, and he walked through fire.
User. Hello? Cleverbot. Hello.
Oh my gosh, this is great.
How are you? I'm scared. Me too. Why are you scared? Are you alone?
Dude, this is the greatest fanfiction.
I think so. Why? Is Russia here? What? Why do you love me? What?
Is this like Cleverbot Part 2?
This is Latvia and Cleverbot. Latvia, like the country? Yeah, the country of Latvia. Okay. That's why it's asking about Russia. Okay. Well, what? I never said I did it. I'm sorry. Language is often too difficult for human beings to understand, Sigil.
It's the animal door! It's always the animal door!
It's good. I promise. What is? I'm thinking of a number from 1 to 100. You guess the number. 55? Wrong. It's hammer time.
Oh my gosh.
Wow.
Got him!
Please don't hit me. You don't exist in a physical way. Even if I hit you, you wouldn't feel it. But I'm a Ravis. I exist physically. You can give me a good time? What?
Whoa!
You heard me. Is this Russia? Yes, it's the biggest country in the world. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
Please, oh my god, let's just stream Fateful Findings. Okay, anyways.
I'm sorry.
No way. You can't know everything. Russia, I never said I did. This stutter thing is ridiculous. I hate it when people do that. I'm not called Tim either. But I didn't call you Tim. Yes, you did. No, I didn't. Yes, you did. But I faints. Cleverbot catches you. Wake up!
Catches you.
Wake up! Don't faint! Is still fainted. Pulls out whip. Oh god, Russia, no! Cleverbot. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
This one's not in all caps, so.
Oh no! 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 That's the right one! That's the right one! I'm so dead.
I control you! But I'm independent. What? How are you an independent thinker? I declared my freedom from Russia. I am not. You are! Fainted again. Cleverbot.
I'm so confused.
Revived
This
again.
is a full country.
This is a fever dream. Oh my god. Thanks. They are better than humans. Oh my god, this is so unsettling.
Thank you! Thank you!
Oh my god. Who? Nothing. Sorry for that. Okay. What okay? I was saying okay to what you said. I never wanted to talk about us. Wait, what? We never were. You're wrong. No, I'm not. Yes, you are. No, I swear I'm not. What do you look like? Short? And I don't feel comfortable answering. Harry. Harry, aren't you 16? No, I'm Ravis. Hi, Ravis.
Wait, so it's in Harry Potter now?
No, his name's Ravis. Latvia.
But
Hi, Ravis. Hi, you spelled my name wrong. It's Raivis. How do you spell your name? I just did. Raivis. You never met me. I'm doing like the evil wizard voice for
It's
Cleverbot.
so good.
Thank you. Okay, at least you aren't Russia.
What I really enjoy is thinking that like maybe this isn't like somebody's like story. Like they went to Cleverbot
Yeah.
and just started typing a whole bunch of random stuff and it was like, this is art.
And because they were typing stammering, Cleverbot doesn't understand anything they're saying, so it's just guessing. Anyways, at least you aren't Russia. Yes! But we moved here because of my dad's job. What? This is your IP address exactly. What? Yells at another person. Edward! Help me! That was user, not Cleverbot. I know I kind of used Cleverbot's voice there. I'm just a bad voice actor.
Yeah, you are.
Cleverbot screams, is scared of you. User faints because you screamed. Cleverbot is in love. User is unconscious. Cleverbot shakes. Wake up! Please, don't scream again. And again, and again, and again. Pies. What does pies mean? Pies in asterisks, as if it's a verb. Okay. What? I watch you when you shower.
Whoa, Cleverbot.
What?
God.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's actually, I think that's a Waluigi wah. So let me redo that. Wah! Screams for other person again. Edward! Faints. Cleverbot. Ties your mouth shut.
Oh my gosh.
User cries. Cleverbot. Will you be a good slave? Will you be a good slave from now on?
Dude.
Russia found
This is a
me!
fever dream, dude.
No! Me! User faints again. Okay.
I'm so lost.
So let me read the description. Oh, Cleverbot.
That's it?
I tried to roleplay as Latvia for this. No. I freaked out when Cleverbot took out a whip. Cleverbot is Russia. Okay, dude. Are they roleplaying as the country Latvia? Because, like, it's literally, one of the lines was, I declared independence from Russia. What? Oh my god.
The bear's still in there. The bear's still in there. What? Heal, you dingus.
I want to find more, like, robot fiction. I'm into that. Whoa, wait. Not that kind of into that. I just like doing the robot voice. Oh no. Robot hypnosis? Probably not good. Ooh. Ooh. Should I do another Cleverbot? This one with Scarlet? Oh no. No, this one's probably not good. I'm not gonna do Cleverbot. Oh wait. This one talks about Pokemon. Too many robots. Pilot.
Oh my gosh.
Digit is sitting next to a toaster. The toaster pops out some waffles. She sits down to eat, but as she takes a bite, she hears a loud explosion and looks at her fork in bewilderment. What in... A door opens with smoke billowing out. Uncle Toupee stumbles out. Uncle Toupee! Are you alright? Do you like Digit's voice? I'm liking this. No, I hate this. I'm gonna just pick a different one. I'm not gonna do scripts. Scripts are hard.
Oh!
Whoa. How about To Be a Robot? Oh, this is a this is a poem and I'm gonna read it as a robot. They call me the robot. I've learned to stop caring. My feelings distraught. No longer worth sharing.
We have another viewer. We have 2 viewers now.
It's probably me. I closed it.
Oh, okay.
There, is it still there?
Still there. My thing's kind of laggy, so it might be.
Anyways. My life has been cruel, brutal, and cold-hearted, throwing my emotions in a whirlpool, a fate that can't be darted. What hurts me the most won't leave me alone, like a parasitic host that can't be thrown. Suicide is a thought, but out of the question, a fate not to be sought, and a pointless action. Instead I have found a safer painkiller. As my problems amount, to some it's a chiller. I no longer feel, I no longer care. Who needs to heal when you're no longer aware? I no longer cry, I no longer laugh. I may seem dry as sun-dried chaff. They call me the robot, the one without feelings. I no longer give thoughts to tugs at my heartstrings. What? Okay, to tugs at my heartstrings. I've learned to shut out What hurts me the most, those who like to shout are yelling at a ghost. And should I care that my insides are scattered? When I'm no longer here, there's nothing left to gather. That was bad. That wasn't even entertaining. I had to get through it though.
I did a handgun takedown and it gave me like points for that, which is kind of neat. Okay, I'm gonna heal over here.
Robot Devil says, if you don't fave this haiku, you're going to hell.
Is that actually haiku?
That was it was a post on DeviantArt with just a picture of the Robot Devil from Futurama.
Dang. You know what? There you go. People throw down explosive barrels in this arena from like the audience stand, which is like pretty funny.
Pick a name, Maxwell. Any name. I'm not gonna tell you anything about this story.
Joe. John.
Pick like a cool name.
Frenzy. Tell me Frenzy is not a cool name.
Alright, Frenzy. Can I spell it like weird? It's spelled weird. For the viewers out there wondering how it's spelled weird. It was a complete downpour in the city of Malibu. One step out there without an umbrella or a poncho or anything that protects from the storm, and you'll be soaked. Not even the towering buildings protect the people in the streets.
Protect, not attack. I don't know why I just suddenly remember that meme, but...
Oh my god. Wait, what is that from?
He does not only protect, he attack.
Wait, what was that from?
It's just a meme. It's just like a new age meme, dude.
He protect, but he also attack.
Yeah.
Okay. I want to see the original. No, I want to see the one that I've seen.
Hey! Thank you!
Okay, anyways.
Dude, I found the perfect spot that like the rhino just doesn't know how to get to. And so I just stand there anytime rhino round comes.
I just had a great idea.
Rhino round. That's the idea. The protect also attack?
No. I'm gonna find a good one. I'm gonna find a good one, man. And it's gonna be...
The meme?
No, I'm gonna find a good story to read.
Do you mean the protect but attack meme?
No.
I was wondering how many more times I could do that, and I was like, this isn't good.
Ah, man. Okay. Thought I found a good one, but then it talks about super boobs at the end, and I don't think that's that's appropriate. Maxwell.
Super boobs.
Super boobs.
Yes! I don't think I shot my gun at all.
Okay, no, I can't read that one. Okay, this isn't gonna work out.
Super boobs.
You know what I was trying to find, right?
What?
I'm not gonna say it on.
Okay.
But there were none that were appropriate. Okay, let's search for Naruto. Cause that was a good meme. Okay, Naruto 7 Minutes in Heaven Naruto? Is that a yes? Naruto X Reader? Naruto OC blank template? Naruto and Hinata Switch? Ooh. Beach Naruto X Reader Cramp. Naruto X Reader 1. Oh, it's plush bed. No, thank you. 7 Minutes in Heaven. Real Naruto. Whoa.
Dude, that's pretty real. He protect, but also attack.
Oh my god. Pushed to the edge. Naruto 4.
Oh, no.
Wait.
We can't read this.
Yeah. Well, like, okay, I mean, I was about to say it's probably not sexual, but it's almost definitely sexual.
Yeah.
The trigger warning only says contains male for weight gain, big bellies, and blood. So,
Yeah.
I'm gonna say no. Like, for sure, but I'm just saying.
You're just saying. If it was your own time, you would read it?
Oh,
Is
yeah.
that what you're saying?
Oh. What's another series that we can tap into that has a bunch of, like, weird fans? Oh, I got it. You're gonna love this, Maxwell.
Supernatural?
Yes. This story is called Awkward. Okay, I'm gonna use your name because it's your show. You're sitting there with the Dean and Sam taking a break. Okay, I'll look forward and make sure it's not like. Really
use John Frenzy.
I'm gonna use Maxwell. No, it's a woman. It's definitely a woman because it talks. Well, wait, hang on.
He frenzies, but he also attacks.
There's like a bunch of swears later. I'm not gonna read that. It talks about tampons. Okay.
Oh, that's an animal door.
Oh, Supernatural X Reader Prom.
Prom?
Prom.
Prom?
Yeah, prom.
Oh, I thought you said prawn.
Prawn?
And I was like, I don't want any shrimp, man. You protect, but also you attack. I don't know why this meme is just so good to me right now. Oh, this is final round, Gabe.
Okay, Supernatural's too weird. Doctor Who. Oh, I should just type the Doctor.
Okay, I'm gonna play this one slow. Oh, but then again, I might have to play this all over again.
Oh man, this is a multi-part Doctor Who story about cuddling. Hang on, let me see if this gets bad. No, I'm not gonna read this. This is someone's like deepest, darkest like cuddling fantasy. Knock knock. Maxwell.
Who's there?
Doctor.
Doctor Who! Whoa! You got me, Gabe.
That wasn't me. That was one of the posts.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
I figured you didn't.
And it says.
You're not creative.
Let me read it exactly. Knock knock. New line. Who's there? New line. Doctor. New line. Doctor Who. New line. Silence falls.
Thank you! Thank you!
Oh my god.
Dude, it's
Thank
so
you.
satisfying.
Oh, that's what I need. Beedle.
Beedle X Link.
Oh my god. Please. Yes.
You know it exists.
Skyward. Beedle X Reader. Oh, yes.
Dude.
Skyloft was bustling today.
Oh, dude.
What's your name? Guy Sensei.
Yeah.
Guy Sensei could barely move without someone running into her or bumping her shoulder. She was grateful as the flying shop came by. I'm gonna use the voice from Wind Waker.
Good.
I haven't played Skyward. I've played Wind Waker.
You're gonna have to change the pronouns.
No.
No?
I will. So, Guy Sensei could barely move without someone running into him or bumping his shoulder. He was grateful as the flying shop came by. He sighed happily and held tightly onto his basket. With a grin, he picked up a rock and hurled it as hard as he could at the large bell. Stop! I want up! Sorry, I forgot that I was voicing Guy Sensei and not a little girl. Stop! I want up! I always imagine him giving a thumbs up.
Yeah.
Just as he said, the airborne building slowed down and came to a stop. The rope came down to greet him. He gripped it tightly, wrapping it around his hand for good measure. He tugged twice on it. Woo! He cheered. He cheered as he was briskly pulled up. Humming as he swung his basket, he walked into the shop. Hello, Beedle. Hello! I cannot do the Beedle.
Hello! I guess that's
Oh! The brunette greeted enthusiastically. He was huffing, his body covered in a thick sheen of sweat. He pedaled quickly, but smiled nonetheless. Guy Sensei, how nice to see you! Guy Sensei set his basket on the counter, pulling its contents out and setting them on the counter. He held onto one, tipping the water bottle back into Beedle's mouth. What?
I just freaking died, dude.
He drank eagerly, the effort of keeping his shop in the air startlingly evident. He removed the bottle, smiling softly to himself when he muttered a soft thank you. The shopkeeper blushed as Guy Sensei picked up a cloth from the counter and began dabbing the sweat off of his exposed skin. You work so hard, Beedle. You really should set the pace down and take a break. Guy Sensei leaned forward and kissed his forehead. I'm fine. Don't worry. Beedle beamed, suddenly feeling very energized. He chuckled, kissing him on the lips. Guy Sensei is moving fast. I looked up from the screen and I'm like, he kissed him softly on the lips, and you're like stabbing a man in the throat.
Dude, that's all I'm doing in this game.
Oh my god. Throat stab. Anyways.
Kiss with death. That was edgy, right?
Okay. His tanned skin blushed red, his body freezing and locking up suddenly. Whoa! He shrieked, the store suddenly falling a few feet as he stopped pedaling. Beedle groaned. Oh! Quickly pedaling to bring it back up to its proper height. Please, my dear. I must ask that I cannot do a Beedle voice unless it's oh or thank you. Oh my god. I must ask that you do not do that so suddenly. He lost his facade, his intelligence being revealed. The smirking boy packed his it says girl, packed his basket back up, leaving the store. He paused at the door, looking over his shoulder at him. I'll see you back on our aisle. Don't make me wait too long. He winked and left. Beedle couldn't stop blushing. The description is that was the end of the story. The description is Legend of Zelda: Skyward Sword. I like Beedle in it. His store is boss. End description.
He just wants Beedle to be happy. That's pretty.
Yeah.
That's
wholesome.
That's pretty wholesome.
No,
I like all the fanfiction.
I like the fanfictions that aren't like grossly sexual.
He's like, I just want Beedle to have like a hot girlfriend. Like,
dude, guys,
the hottest
girlfriend.
Look at those eyebrows. He protect, but he also attack.
Oh my god. Jeez.
I'm just gonna ram that meme.
Yeah, you will.
Just straight into the ground.
I want more Beedle.
Is that the only Beedle X?
Yeah. I typed in Beedle in literature.
At least it was. I'm glad.
It was a good one. It was
because it was wholesome. Like it was especially wholesome with that.
Okay, what's another good character that we both thoroughly enjoy?
Guy Sensei.
Oh
Dude, see if you can find Guy Sensei, X-User, and then we'll double Guy.
Yes. it's just hard to.
Look up Mike Guy.
That's yeah. I was doing Guy Sensei, but Mike Guy is more specific. I might just disappear. Link X Guy. Oh, Guy Reader. Dude, they know what's up. They know how we do things.
Alright, I have to get 270 points in the next round, Gabe. Oh, and I'm in the middle of the field. Okay, that's... Oh! Oh!
Oh my god.
Bengal Tiger now available on the Arena Master app. What? What app? I'm so triggered. I'm gonna get this app.
Oh my god. I'm so mad I'm about to app.
Don't app.
Oh my god.
Did you find any Guy Sensei, dude?
I'm working on it, I swear. There's really not any, man. Which is really shocking.
Yeah, no, there definitely has to be. Arena Master.
You know what? I'm gonna Google it. I'm not gonna rely on DeviantArt.
Farcry 4 Arena Master, 3.9 stars. Wow, this looks like garbage.
Oh, that was so easy. It's
Oh
on
my
Wattpad.
gosh. Gabe, look at this. Look at...
Oh, it's a request. Oh, wait, read.
Oh wow, you actually... It's like turn-based?
Oh,
this
no.
actually does seem kind of
This one might be sexual.
Oh no. We need a wholesome guy.
Yeah.
Okay. Wow, okay, I'm not doing AK. No,
Yeah, okay. There's some lines that I'm getting to that are...
F1. We're doing the F1, Gabe.
Oh god. Guy Sensei, I can't hold on. I'm going to...
Oh no.
That was your name, not Guy Sensei, but I was saying, yeah, never mind.
I was able to do the takedown first round. I was able to get like a decent amount of points. Oh, first round's still going. Okay. One more takedown. I like how these people like straight up die.
Okay, this one specifically says female reader. So it's really long. Okay, this one's probably gonna be pretty good.
Die.
This one's probably gonna be really good. Alright, just I read some of the end and it doesn't sound sexual, but if it becomes sexual, like too sexual, I'll stop.
Okay.
But I don't think it will. I'm just saying, fair warning.
Yeah, just
fair warning to the
be
viewers.
ready to read fanfiction. That's all you're saying.
Yeah.
Right now.
Okay, give me 1 second. Let's try it.
Gabe, when it comes to fanfiction, you just have to remember two things. He protect, but he also attack.
Oh my god. How did I not see it coming? Okay. So this is our character, our female reader character is I'm gonna refer to him as Guy Sensei, and because this story refers to Mike Guy as Maito Guy, like the weeaboo pronunciation. Okay. So there's the character in the story, Mike Guy, and there's the protagonist, female reader, also known as Guy Sensei. Okay. Wait, maybe we should do Rock Lee.
No, we're not taking. Rock Lee is like an innocent soul. like
You're right. It's also too real because you know that exists somewhere.
Yeah.
Like a Guy Sensei X Rock Lee.
Yeah.
Okay, you're right. I think maybe I'm just feeling ambitious and I want to try and do his voice, but
No, we don't need.
I don't.
Lee's like a.
Cannot be tainted.
Yeah. Lee's pure.
Oh my god. It had been a long day, and you were in. I like every time I read one of these. When I say "you" for the first time, I remember that it's Guy Sensei, and it just makes me laugh. Oh god. It had been a long day, and you were in desperate need of unwinding before your weekend started. And seeing as there was no point in going home stressed and starting your brief respite from missions on a poor note, you decided to head for the local bar for some R&R. The bar was fairly busy, and as most Jonin were returning from their scheduled weeklies and extended missions. Most of the tables were filled with companions and friends and lovers, all chatting patiently and laughing loudly but not raucously. Your usual spot in the corner was taken by a small group of older Chunin, and you could only blame yourself for moseying a bit too long on the road home. After all, you'd only had yourself to look after, and the weather had been so nice. After a few moments of sweeping the area with only mildly interested eye color eyes. What color are Guy Sensei's eyes? They're just black.
They're just black.
Okay. After a few moments of sweeping the area with only mildly interested black eyes.
Thank you!
You spotted an open seat at the actual bar between two high-ranking Jonin whom you knew very well by appearance. Dude, I know who it's gonna be. Though you had yet to speak to either of your superiors face to face, you knew them as Might Guy, the Leaf Village's pride in taijutsu, and Hatake Kakashi of the Sharingan. Oh yeah, I was totally right. Both seemed to have been there a while from the way they slouched over the bar and paid the outside world no mind. Your nerves prickled a bit, seeing as not only were both men higher ranking than you, but famous. And wow, if Kakashi wasn't good looking. Who cares? It's Guy Sensei. Sorry.
This is Guy Sensei fanfiction.
Yeah.
And like they already forgot about him.
Yeah. Who cared if you only ever saw a fraction of his face? It was a really attractive fraction.
These fractions only get worse.
Oh my god. But you really needed that drink, and you'd been told by Lady Hokage herself that you could do to more be social. What?
Dude, to be more.
Wait, yeah, that makes
Dude, even Lady Hokage's like, you're a freaking antisocial
Yeah.
loser.
So, what was the harm in approaching them? You walked over to the men with a light, natural bounce to your step as you mentally prepared yourself for an encounter with people. For an encounter with people. And leaned. As you mentally prepared yourself for an encounter with people and leaned between them with your stunning smile. Is this seat taken, boys? You asked jovially, not caring that they were older than you, and you were already coming off as a total flirt.
Oh my god.
Sometimes branching out and being brash as was all it took. Was what it took, and screw it. Why shouldn't you?
No!
Not that I'm aware of, came a smooth reply from Kakashi, who flashed you what you assumed was a smile from under his ever-masked face. You were slightly put out by the way he went straight back to his book, but you weren't about to let that deter you from your well-deserved sake. Guy didn't look up until you sat down on the high bar stool, and when he glanced your way, it was with a critical eye you'd seen him give his students before. Oh geez, he wasn't going to tell you that you needed to train harder, was he? Can I get you a drink? The offer startled you, but it wasn't past you to accept. When you nodded and said your thanks, you broke into a smile that was surprisingly charming. You were in the process of returning your own charmer of a smile when you heard Kakashi snickering behind his book next to you. Come on, Guy, he drawled casually, taking a sip from the glass of water in front of him. You've already had plenty to drink yourself, so now you have to buy pretty men drinks.
This is good. We made a good choice.
Yeah, we did.
I love the idea of my guy sitting there, and my sees him is like,
turning to a copy of himself
Yeah.
and saying, "Boy, can I buy you a drink?" And then Kakashi saying, "Guy, don't buy pretty men drinks." Oh my god. Anyways.
This is perfect.
And also, like, when Guy Sensei walks up, he says, "Is this seat taken, boys?" Oh my god.
Oh, yeah. I never knew I wanted so much fanfiction when Guy.
Yeah, man.
This guy's insane, dude.
Okay, what should I say for skin color? Peachy?
That
Peachy
sounds
pink?
good.
Peachy pink? Oh my god. Your peachy pink skins. Skins? Whoa. That is kind of creepy. It says cheeks. I misread it as skins because I'm a freaking sociopath. Okay. Your skin-colored cheeks burst into proverbial flames at the blatant compliment, and you had almost waved the man off with the universal "don't worry about it" gesture when Guy rounded on him and with a positively mean look. "Look here, Kakashi," he leveled, and it was. I'm getting into that stage of the night where I'm having laughing fits. He leveled, and it was only then that you noticed the slight slur to his words. "Just because I offered you and you missed your chance doesn't mean you can try to derail me." Suddenly feeling very much so stuck in the middle, though definitely entertained by the notion, you waved your hands between the men and laughed nervously. "Ah, no, it's fine, Guy-san. I can get my own drink if..." No! You blanched at the fiery look suddenly in Guy's charcoal eyes, stomach twisting. Oh wow, he was pretty drunk. "You're a beautiful young... You're a beautiful young man. And beautiful young men like you deserve to have their drinks paid for." You had quickly gone much redder and were starting to debate on just how badly you needed that drink. You'd heard stories of how out of hand
Please open this door, no!
Might Guy could get, and just how quickly, and most of them were from when he was sober. All you can do now was mentally beg that he wasn't going to make a scene. And when you shot a glare over your shoulder at Kakashi for goading him, the man looked positively smug. "Honey, look." You began calmly, putting on a dazzling smile and a sweet tone. "I really appreciate what you're trying to do, and I definitely appreciate the compliment, but Guy just barreled right over your words, much to your dismay and slightly to your humor. And you're the type of guy who deserves men...
No!
No! And you're the type of guy who deserves men to do nice things for you. Or women. I don't even care." He was surprisingly quick-tongued for being classy. Oh no, my laptop battery's almost dead. "I've seen your records. Your streaks are impeccable. A man with such high taijutsu skills needs nothing but praise and affection." What had initially been unwanted attention was quickly beginning to pull you in. You couldn't help but giggle. Holding... favorite colored, I guess? FC? What is FC? Favorite color? What's Guy Sensei's favorite color? Green or orange? Holding green-colored lips behind a gloved hand. Okay, that's weird. No, he doesn't wear lipstick. You couldn't help but giggle, holding flesh-toned lips behind a gloved hand. Many of the other... Maxwell, what is this word? Kunoichi? Kunoichi? Kunoichi?
Yeah.
Okay, I don't know. I don't watch enough Naruto. You worked with... Many of the other Kunoichi you worked with always mentioned how boisterous or odd Guy could be, but not many of them had mentioned that he was actually very sweet in his own way. A bit dorky, sure, but if he was this enthusiastic drunk, you could only wonder what he was like when he wasn't under the influence. And you had to admit to yourself that you were closer to him. He was a bit... Wait. You had to admit... Okay, I see. And you had to admit to yourself, now that you were closer to him, he was a bit of a looker himself. Is he always like this? You subtly asked the silver-haired Jonin to your right, no longer bothering to hide the smile on your features. He's passionate in everything he does, and an incredible friend. The response startled you. Kakashi had seemed intent on egging Guy on, but from the way he had responded, you hadn't expected such a blatant adulation to slip from his masked lips unguided. Then he gave you a piercing look with a singular, unhidden coal eye. They don't do eye color in the show, so he keeps using different colors for black. Oh my god. A look that sent a chill right into the base of your spine. Whether he's drunk or not, if you're not interested, you need to let him know now. I won't sit to see him led on. Oh, no, of course not. You waved him off. You waved him off. What? God, this is so confusing. You waved him off not for the first time and smiled. Actually, it's very sweet that he's saying any of it, even if he has had a little too much to drink. After all, for the most part, people say what's on their mind unabashedly when they're drunk, with no filter, so I can be sure he isn't going to regret admitting it when he's sober. Your smile remained genuine, even a little bashful as you turned back toward the other Jonin in time to catch what he was saying. Would do whatever I could! But, what? But by now, a few of the nearby tables in the entire bar was staring. Most of them were used to his raucous nature, but standing with one foot on top of the bar stool and a fist raised into the air, not so much. You blanched once again. Black eyes, feeling like they had just sunken into your skull a bit. Was it too late to take it back? If you ask me, he roared, tears suddenly pouring down his face as your eyes got larger and larger, heart fluttering in panic. I would let you ride my morning peacock into the sun.
Whoa.
Everything ground to a halt as he sobbed and dropped to his knees in front of you. You could vaguely hear a flustered noise of some sort from Kakashi and a quick, smooth-lipped apology from the Kopinin. Kopinin? Kopinin? Copy, the word copy with N-I-N after it. Kopinin? Is that actually Naruto?
Wait, say it again? Say it again?
Kopinin? Like C-O-P-Y-N-I-N? Is this, am I supposed to say...
I don't know about that one.
Am I supposed to say, like, just pick a rank? Is that...
No clue.
I don't know. Did he, like, whatever.
U-A-C.
But that didn't stop those words from ringing around your skull. Excuse me? The tears stopped as quickly as they'd started, as Might Guy looked at you with surprisingly sober eyes and an expression that very much read, "Oh, expletive deleted." You could all but feel... that doesn't actually say expletive deleted, just to be clear. I'm deleting the expletives.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. You could all but feel the darkness obscuring your face as you glared long and hard at him. Had he just propositioned you in front of all these people? Oh, Mr. Guy Sensei, I didn't mean... Kya! Your arm stayed stiff and extended as your punch sent him through the wall of the bar. Even as he went ragdolling through the air, my guy was apologizing and trying to explain that he hadn't meant to be crude, but it fell on deaf ears. From behind you, there was a shift of someone sliding off a stool, and then a sheepish Kakashi was standing in front of you, hands raised as though warding you off. He gets a little overzealous, but it wasn't what it sounds like, mister. He quieted himself as your eyes practically flashed in menace. The rest of the bar tittered and started making a ruckus as the owner came flying out of the kitchen in horror, hands clasped dramatically to his cheeks as he yelled about his poor establishment. And then, like, sometime later, after the incident.
Okay.
I'm so sorry, senpai. Wait, I forgot that I'm reading as Guy Sensei. I'm so sorry, senpai. You bowed nearly in half as your skin-colored cheeks burned in humiliation. Violet and white flowers clamped tightly in your hands. Guy looked at you from his hospital bed, face battered and lumpy, but smiling. Oh no, he replied with gusto, wincing and making an odd squawking noise as it jarred him roughly. You had no way of knowing it was a jutsu of mine. I completely understand. The nurse and Lady Tsunade watched you both from afar as you continued apologizing, and Guy kept winning you over with his smile. All they could do was smile as things eventually calmed down, and you pulled up a chair so the two of you could chat instead. And when things seemed a bit sweet, Tsunade quietly had everyone else leave the room, a smile on her painted lips. Well, she thought to herself, that was definitely one way for you and Guy to both be more social. Okay. I love to imagine Lady Tsunade being like, oh, what a cute couple, to Guy Sensei and also Guy Sensei. The perfect pair.
Guy X guy.
Dude, the one true pair.
Kill the smuggler. I guess I
More
do
like
something
Ga
like...
X Ga, am I right? Is there like Gaara X Shadow the Hedgehog? If that exists, we're reading it now.
If there's Gaara X user, which probably is, he could do Gaara X Shadow.
Oh, that's a good point.
Or, I mean, there's definitely Sonic X user.
No, we're gonna do Gaara. I feel like there's the like match made in heaven. You know, Gaara and Shadow, they're both so edgy. This whole night is kind of making me sad about how much I know about Naruto. You know?
No.
Yeah.
You don't really know that much, dude.
I know. That's my point. Like, it's still too much. I know I don't know as much as you.
He
Senpai.
protect, but he also attack.
That's, yeah. I know that much about Naruto. What can you tell me about the nine-tailed fox? Well,
He protects.
attack, but he also attack.
Dude, that's like the perfect description of the nine-tailed fox,
Yeah,
by the way.
I know. He protect, but also he attack. Okay. Ooh, okay, this is on Wattpad, and I feel like these are like usually more sexual, so I'm gonna skim through this. Yeah, it says romance. Okay, I'm gonna find a different one. Best friend isn't what we want. We want be cute. Perfect. It's always femme reader. It's always female reader. But, like, we're gonna do Shadow the Hedgehog. Okay?
Yeah, cool that.
So, this is called Too Cute.
Hey, I got the
Gaara.
blood diamonds.
Oh, sick.
Yeah, this is Farcry 2.
Farcry 2. Okay. Too Cute. Kazekage Gaara X Femme Reader. Ooh, this one's... Oh, it's not that one. Okay. I can't wait to do Gaara's voice. Oh my god, it's so bad.
Hello.
The sun was
Do you
blazing
like
down.
sand?
Oh my god, no, it's Gaara X Anakin from episode 2. Yes! Oh, I'm so ready. I know that I said Shadow like a million times, but it's Anakin now. The sun was blazing down on the buildings of Sunagakure. Anakin Skywalker was out eating lunch with his best friend, Tamari. No, okay, I'm gonna say Jar Jar
His
Binks.
best friend, my
Jar
guy.
Jar Binks. No, Jar Jar Binks. Should I do my guy? I do like my guy a lot.
Yeah.
Okay.
Dude, these
I also don't
grenades
know
are totally
Tamari is.
sticky, dude.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know why.
Anakin Skywalker was out eating lunch with his best friend, Guy Sensei.
Dude, he's the friend of everyone.
What have you been working on lately? He asked. Oh, you asked? Okay. It says the name and then it says you, which is weird. I've learned how to do... Wait, okay, who am I reading as again? Okay, sorry, I'm getting like lost in all these name changes. It's fine. I've learned how to do a few new tricks with my fan. Okay, this is not gonna work. Okay.
I just died, kid.
Rip. Oh wow, yeah you did. What a chump. You gotta use your parachute, friend.
Yeah, I just...
Didn't? Because you're a loser?
Because I'm a winner.
Oh.
I just
That's
like...
a good strat. Yeah.
I just like overkilled that guy.
Spamming firebombs on one person?
Well, he was a heavy.
Oh, okay. Okay, so I'm not gonna do the... It's just gonna be Anakin Skywalker and Gaara. I'm not gonna do any other name changes because I'm gonna get confused really fast. So, okay. I've learned how to do a few new tricks with my fan, Tamari answered. I heard Tenten... Oh, I heard Tenten... I'm just trying to do a boring voice for Anakin. You know, like just totally emotionless except for when he's angry.
Yeah.
I heard Tenten is coming to Suna to visit us. We should totally have a sleepover while she's here, you exclaimed. Totally! We can have it at my house! You nodded. So it's settled. We can go greet Tenten when she comes later today. Your POV. What? You went to a small park to rest for a little before you went to greet Tenten. Sitting on this swing brought back memories for you. Flashback. You were 7 years old when...
Tintin.
Oh my god. When you met Gaara for the first time. You wanted to go to the park that day, and you went there alone for the first time. You brought a shovel and pail so you could play in the sandbox.
Oh!
That does not sound in canon. This is definitely not canon. Your favorite things at the park were the sandbox
This is
and the
the real
swings.
reason why he hates
Sand. No, man, it's coarse, it's rough, and it gets everywhere. When you got to the park, you saw some kids surrounding someone on the swings. Being the curious kid you were, you went over to see what was going on. The kids were surrounding a boy who looked to be your age. He had red hair, sea green eyes, black rings around his eyes, and no eyebrows. He was clutching a teddy bear to his chest. The kids were saying mean things to him, calling him a monster and worthless. You had experienced with being bullied and couldn't stand when someone else was being bullied. You marched up to the kids and said, "Hey! Do you like pod racing?" Hey! What do you think you're doing to him? Saying those things is really mean.
Aww.
So what? One girl asked. He really is a monster. The rest of the kids nodded in agreement. That was the last straw for you. You used your special Keke Genkai, which was plant nature. No, which was midichlorians.
Yeah,
You trapped all of the kids in your midichlorians and threatened them. If I ever see...
And the kiddos too.
Wait, what?
And the kiddos too.
Oh my god. If I ever see you say anything mean to him again, well, you won't be able to say anything. The kids nodded fearfully, and you shoved them away from you. They ran away, shooting you dirty looks. You turned to the red-haired boy on the swing. Are you all right? You asked gently. Why do you care? Why do you care? He questioned coldly. 7-year-old boy. Well, those kids were saying mean things to you, and I know that I didn't like it when people did that to me. I'm used to it, he said softly. They always say mean things to me. I don't have any friends because they all think I'm a monster. Then I'll be your friend. Gaara's eyes widened. Really? He asked skeptically. Yeah! Let's go pod racing. You'll love my friend Jar Jar Binks. Sorry. Okay. You cheered and dragged him over to the sandbox. While you were working on a little sandcastle, you saw sand swirling around and you giggled. That's so cool, you gushed. Gaara smiled a little for the first time in a while. You abandoned your sandcastle in favor of watching Gaara make patterns with his sand. You know, people used to say those things to me because of my midichlorians. That's why I moved here to Suna from Tatooine, he said. Gaara stopped making patterns and looked at you, prompting you to continue with his eyes. I was always made fun of and called a freak. No one ever talked to me, except for the, what was the guy with the wings called? His name was like Blotto or something?
No, you know what Star
I'm sad that I didn't remember. Okay, whatever. What was I saying? No one ever talked to me except for the Hokage and one teacher. His name was Qui-Gon. I love this. I like this a lot. He always let me practice using my midichlorians around him and encouraged me to learn new things. Eventually, I moved to Suna because even with Qui-Gon's help, I couldn't bear the ridicule anymore. Gaara sat there listening to your life story, which resembled his in a way. From that day on, you two were the best of friends and did everything together. Flashback end. You sighed softly at the memory. Lately, Gaara hadn't been able to spend much time with you because he was busy managing Suna. You didn't mind too much, though. You knew that the village came first. You realized that it was about time
This
for you
jumps literally like 20 years.
Yeah.
By the way.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's like, not soon after, but it's like, this is like 20 years.
Flashback to their childhood.
Yeah.
This is like a totally different timeline for Anakin, too. too. Maybe he's not as edgy. I'm just kidding. He's totally as edgy. Okay. You didn't mind too much, though. You knew that the village came first. You realized that it was about time for you to go greet Tenten. You flew across the building tops to get to the gate. Hi, Tenten, you yelled. Hi, Anakin Skywalker. It's been a while.
Hello, Anakin Skywalker.
Why did I say Skywalker?
Hello.
It's because the first time it said first name, last name, but now it's just saying your name. So, okay. Hi, I'm going to say Annie. Hi, Annie. It's been a while, she greeted. I still exist, you know, Tamari exclaimed. I'm sorry. Who are you again? You joked. Haha, Tamari said, unamused. Let's just go to my house. We might see Gaara. We might see Gaara, she said the last part in a sing-song voice. You rolled your eyes and followed her to her house. When you got to Tamari's house, you ran into Kankuro. Hi, Kankuro, you cheered. Hey, Squirt, he responded.
That's actually like pretty fitting. But it's just funny, like
Hey,
being
Squirt.
Anakin.
He responded. You pouted and looked away. You were not a squirt.
Dude, Anakin, freaking, that is.
Oh my god. You were not a squirt. Oh wait, I'm gonna reread this part. Hang on. Hang on. Okay, where was I?
You were not a squirt.
When you got to Tamari's house, you ran into Kankuro. Hi, Kankuro, you cheered. Hi, Jedi Master, he responded. You pouted and looked away. You were not a Jedi Master. I just had to do the meme.
Yeah.
Because that's a big meme right now.
Yeah.
Not a Jedi Master. Anyways, okay. Stop calling me that. I'm only 2 years younger than you, you whined. That's accurate. Whining. Kankuro chuckled and shook his head.
I'm
You
like
huffed and
moving way too fast, by the way. I just wanted that to be
just
known.
zipping around.
Yeah.
That was like my favorite part of Far Cry 3, was like just flying around. Wow, 2 bears fighting and you just walk up with a freaking machine gun.
Okay, but I'm saving people.
Oh, that's good.
It said animal attack. That was two animals
Two
attacking
animals
each
were
other.
attacking each other, yeah. You saved one of the bears.
Okay, but I was
and then you
resolving
murdered
a
him.
domestic dispute, dude.
Oh my god.
There can't be domestic disputes if there's no one to dispute.
Maxwell was tapping his temple when he said that, just to be clear to the listening audience. Okay. Let's see. You huffed and walked off with Tamari and Tenten. Once you got into Tamari's room, you set up your sleeping bag and personal things. You loved having sleepovers when Tenten could visit. They were your 2 closest friends. What do you want to do? Tamari inquired. Let's play sleepover games, Tenten squealed. Truth or dare, you exclaimed. Alright, I'll go first. Truth or dare, Tenten? Tamari asked. Truth! Who are you going out with right now? Tenten had been dating someone for a while, but she always refused to tell you and Tamari. You had a hunch on who it was, but you didn't want to ask just in case. This is where I think the writer of this prompt is going to like reveal his one true pair from Naruto. Let's see. Neji, Tenten answered while blushing bright red. Suspicions confirmed, you thought. Alright, Tenten recovered. Truth or dare, Anakin? Dare.
Wow.
I dare you to tell Kankuro that you love him. What? Why? I couldn't come up with anything else, she shrugged. You sighed and picked up your phone. Yes, you have a phone, even though you were in the Naruto world.
It actually said that?
It actually said that in parentheses. Yes, you have a phone, even though you're in the Naruto world. Hello?
There's like a name. Oh my gosh, I hit a tree.
It's called Nerm, I think.
Nerm. Nerm!
Okay.
I hate you, Nermal!
Oh my god. Oh god. Okay, anyways. Hello? Kankuro said. I love you. You squeaked. Huh?
Anakin?
Okay, bye. You hung up the phone quickly. Tamari was laughing her head off with Tenten. You pouted and said, Truth or dare, Tamari? Dare. I dare you to wear your hair down for the whole time Tenten is here. Tamari grudgingly took out her elastics. You all agreed that playing Truth or Dare any further with only 3 people wouldn't be much fun, so you guys agreed you might as well train for a little. Wow, what a fun night. When you go to the training grounds, Tamari and Tenten went somewhere else to battle each other. You stayed in a small clearing. Wow, your friends Anakin's friends just don't like him. Anyways.
Dude.
Small clearing where there were a few
not
trees.
a Jedi Master.
Yeah. To practice your Keke Genkai. Sorry. Should I say... No, I'm going to call it Keke Genkai. I like that better. I was going to say, like, maybe force powers. But no. It's a Keke Genkai.
It's a Keke Genkai.
It's passed on genetically because then they have clones.
Except Anakin was the first of his bloodline.
Yeah, that's true.
Because he was born
from the Force. Yeah. Have you heard the story of Darth Plagueis the Wise? Anyways.
There was one time in Far Cry 4.
Yeah.
I don't know how to actually move down on this plane. I just realized this.
You can jump out.
This is not good.
Just jump out. No auto drive.
Yeah. So this is not going to be good. There was a time where I had just like a pistol, and I like went and I shot a truck driver, like I was just like hovered right next to him.
Nice.
Just kind of cool. Okay, sorry. Keep going with your cool story.
You good, man?
I'm gonna figure out what button this is without killing myself. Oh, C.
Okay. You stayed in a small clearing where there were a few trees to practice your Keke Genkai. You got so deep into your training that you didn't notice when someone crept up on you. You noticed a chakra signature at the last second and instinctively trapped them in a cocoon of midichlorians. You saw sand seeping out of the small cracks and let the cocoon go instantly. Standing there was Gaara. You waved sheepishly and said a quiet hello. Gaara just glared at you underneath his Kazekage hat.
I just jumped out the plane, dude.
Oh, really?
I was like, I'll do an
air
air assassination.
dog?
Yeah, and I was like, I'll do an air assassination.
Oh, wow.
And I missed. I just missed.
Nice. You didn't know what you had done wrong, so you asked him, "What did I do?" He slammed against a tree.
What did I do wrong?
He slammed against a tree with his sand. "What do you mean, what did I do?" "You know what you did," he hissed. You were utterly confused at what he said. "I really don't." Gaara's glare intensified. "You told Kankuro that you loved him." Your eyes widened and you had to refrain from laughing. "I did that because we were playing Truth or Dare. Why do you even care?" Gaara mumbled something inaudible. "What?" "I love you," he yelled. Your eyes widened and you gasped. Gaara stood there glaring at you. The silence stretched out and Gaara's glare hardened. He turned around and was about to leave.
I'm so bad at this.
Was about to leave when a midichlorian shot out and grabbed his wrist. He shook it harshly and snapped at you. "What do you want?" "I love you too." I'm sorry. "I love pod racing." "I love you too." Now it was Gaara's turn to widen his eyes. "Then why didn't you say so?" "I was just too surprised." You walked over to him and placed your hand on his shoulder. "I really do love you, you know." Oh, sorry, that was Gaara. "I really do love you, you know," he mumbled. You giggled. "I really love you too." You pulled him in and pressed your lips against his. At first he was stiff, but he soon relaxed into it and kissed back. Eventually you both needed air and pulled back. What?
Whoa.
Just holding your breath? Oh my god. Okay. "Were you jealous of Kankuro? Is that why you came here?" you asked. "Maybe," he mumbled with a light blush.
That's a really good Gaara.
Thank you. You laughed and kissed his cheek. He really was too cute. Wow.
Aww.
That was adorable. That was great. I just really enjoyed that.
So I'm just gonna do everything with the sniper rifle. At close range.
"Do you want to be with me forever?" "No." "Do you even like me?" "No." "Would you cry if I walked away?" "No." She heard enough and was hurt. She walked away with tears in her eyes.
What was this one?
The boy grabbed her arm. "You're not pretty. You're beautiful.
Oh my god.
I don't want to be with you forever. I need to be with you forever."
I want to be with you by them.
"I don't like you."
The green man.
"I love you."
Came across the road.
I would. I wouldn't cry if you walked away. I would die if you walked away.
Is this just like a poem?
This is a comment in this.
It's a comment?
Yes.
Well, that's intense.
There's a whisper here, so I need to whisper into the mic. you like the mouth sounds that I did, listener? I hope you do. Okay. Tonight at midnight, your true love will realize they loves you. Something good will happen to you at 1-4 p.m. Tomorrow, it could be anywhere. Get ready for the shock of your life. If you don't post this to 5 other comments, you will have bad luck in relationships for the next 10 years. That's a capital D in bad, so it's pretty intense. 1/3 of those letters are capitalized.
Open the door. That's a dead body, by the way. I don't know.
My heart just exploded. I'm reading the comments still. I really enjoy doing a Gaara voice. It's so edgy. Oh my god. Okay.
Alright. I grabbed the blood diamond.
I'm gonna find one and it's gonna be great. Like, you're gonna be so shook whatever I find this one. Ooh, no, that one's bad. Oh god. Dang it. Oh, I'm not gonna be able to find it. That's sad. Because I was really excited for this one, honestly.
Yeah?
Yeah. Like, really excited.
That's kind of sad, Gabe. I'm just kidding, it's not that
Do you
sad.
want to know what it was?
What was it?
I was gonna try and find Goofy X Reader. But the only ones I can find are Max, Goofy's son, and I know it
Yeah.
wouldn't be as funny.
Yeah.
And like a lot of them are probably sexual. Cause
Lagoon of Tears.
I just wanted to say gosh, you know.
Gaara.
X Reader.
Gaara X Reader. A high price. Mission complete. That was pretty high. Alright, let's see if we can just claim one of these places. Let's go there and let's go here. I'm just gonna go into an outpost with just a sniper rifle and just like pick everyone off. That's what I'm gonna do, Gabe. I know you think I'm kidding.
All right. This one's gonna get us like, just like, this is gonna be great.
All the viewers.
Hey, that's pretty good.
iDubbbz.
You hear
X users.
hang on. You hear as H3H3 coughs into your ear. You ask him to wait. Hang on. Let me make sure this is like appropriate. Oh god, no, it's not. Okay.
I didn't figure it would be.
It's not like the worst. It's just a bunch of memes. But like, it's got a bunch of iDubbbz memes in it, and it's also got a talking about some This is just bad. Like awful. God. Okay. I'm sorry that I even attempted that one.
Watch where you're going. I'm just gonna walk it. I'm just gonna hoof it. Just gonna hoof it.
What's your favorite character? Just kidding. What's just a good character that I should look up for X Reader?
I just destroyed them, Gabe. I just destroyed them. Look up that one. That one thing.
sleep story before bed.
Sounds good. Loot the lieutenant, dude. It's in his name.
My girlfriends keep getting murdered. That's a story title.
Oh my gosh.
A plan to curb overpopulation. Eugenics.
Logan, watch yourself.
Should I do new or controversial? The ice cream truck has the best ice cream. I have to confess, I never liked the ice cream trucks. Even as a kid, they spooked me out. Their jingling songs seemed more of an eerie melody than a fun-filled theme song. And why would their music echo through the streets and the sparse wooded lots with ease? It was as if the wind would catch the tune and spread it like an airborne virus.
This guy does not.
And like an airborne virus, it infected our ears and sunk its claws into our conscious brains. And on cue, our body would react to the intrusion. All the kids would drop what they were holding, scream for ice cream, and run around in a fit of madness, looking and begging for money.
This guy hates ice cream. I'm like really upset right now.
Maxwell. The ice cream truck has the best ice cream, is the title of the story. So like, hold out, you know. It might get better.
I'm just so upset right now, Gabe.
Ice cream trucks were nothing but a disease. A disease wrapped up in bright colors and fun music. And I was not immune. I could not help it. Their ice cream was like a drug. I remember my dad saying that there was nothing like a cold beer at a ball game. He said it was the best beer ever. Well, that is how it was for me with that stupid ice cream. This is another one of those, like, I can't sleep because it's so wholesome.
I had 2 dogs and an ice cream truck that just kept giving me good ice cream.
Oh my god. Is this the same person? No, this one's by Spellbound for You. With a 4 and a U. Like, how is this a scary story? I mean, it's talking about diseases, but it's like, I just love ice cream so much, it's like a disease. And the other one was like, boy, I had 2 dogs, it was just the darndest thing. I had 2 pups instead of 1 pups. Yeah, this is ridiculous. Nice driving.
Shut up, Dave. I don't need you.
Anyways, my mom would try to buy the same stuff at the store, but it wasn't like their ice cream. Nothing could compare to the ice cream truck's sweet, sugary slice of cold heaven.
Cold brew.
When I was 12, I started crying whenever I heard the music of the trucks.
Coffee.
And when you're 12? Wow. And I don't know why I started hiding under beds when the music got louder. And when I started wetting my pants when I saw the flickering lights slide over our windows, my parents sent me to counseling. When are there flickering lights on an ice cream truck? Okay. After years of counseling and hypnotherapy, we concluded that I saw some dead mouse or animal inside one of the big gallon jugs of strawberry ice cream. We know I saw something gruesome, and we know the ice cream man just pushed it deeper inside the jug and continued to fill my cone with strawberry. We also figured out that I ate it anyway. I remember devouring it and thinking, maybe that is why it tastes so good. Anyway, here I am, a mom and a couple of kids. Wow. Dude, this is written by an entire family, not just one person. Sorry.
I want you to notice that I drove a vehicle into this base.
Yeah.
And they saw me in the vehicle and they were about to get suspicious, and I got out of the vehicle and hid right next to it.
and
like, now they're just like, whatever.
Oh, it's just a transformer.
Yeah. And they're like, oh, it's just a car just moving.
That's just Optimus Prime over there, one of the Autobots. Anyways. Okay, I have never ever let my kids get any ice cream from the ice cream truck. As a matter of fact, I have embarrassed my kids plenty by chasing after the ice cream truck while swinging the broom around at them. I could be found screaming for them to get out of here, never come back, or else I would shove my broom up their behinds. This is like the most wholesome mother. Oh my god. But after what happened last night, I realized my therapist was wrong. At this point, I wish he was right. No one believes me and my son. Thank goodness. Didn't see anything. We have made many statements, and we both have done our best to give some sort of specific identification, but all the ice cream trucks look the same. Our case is still pending, but I need people to know the truth about ice cream trucks. My my 12-year-old son and I were coming home late from his softball game. We got a flat tire. Of course, it was 20 miles out of the city limit, and I was the only car on the road. I calmed myself and my son down and climbed out of my car to see if I could jack it up and put my spare tire on. It was getting darker by the minute, and the shadows along the tree-lined back road seemed to become more crowded. I had visions of creepy ghosts, axe-wielding maniacs, and hungry wolves. So I opted for calling a tow truck and waiting for help. I told my son we could leave the car running for a while, but that we should have to turn it off now and then to save on gas. I was worried
That was it? That was the whole base?
Nice. I was worried about being found in this ditch in no man's land. After a while, I had to turn the car off. It was then that we heard it. It sounded like an animal running from inside the woods straight towards our car. It was big and moving fast. I told my son to lock his door, get down, and stay still. I was freaking out. Wow, apt. That was perfect. Excellent prose. It was getting closer, and I could hear it whining. It slammed onto our hood, and I screamed because it was worse than I thought. It was a woman. She was young and couldn't be more than 16 years old. Her clothes were torn, and she was bleeding. Her nose was swollen and flat. Her shirt was gone, and her skirt was ripped up. One of her eyes was stabbed, and blood-soaked mucus bubbled and swirled around the razor blade protruding from it. Wow. She tried to speak, and pieces of her tongue and teeth fell out onto the hood. Please help me. He is coming. I wanted to let her in my car. I did, but my son was in here. I told him to stay down and not look. I told them both to just stay put, and I would call the cops. I picked up my phone and dialed 911, and then I heard it. I was scared before, but now I was literally frozen in fear. I heard the ominous tinkling music of an ice cream truck. Okay.
Interesting.
It echoed and bounced off the large trees. I looked in my rearview mirror and could see the red and pink shafts of light peeking over the horizontal edge of the road. I needed to calm myself. The road is horizontal. That is an excellent description. Okay, sorry. I needed to calm myself. This ice cream truck could be our savior. I got my fear just out in the back roads. Okay, whatever. I got my fear under control and looked back at the girl on my hood. She looked whiter than ever, and tears were falling out of her good eye. No! He found me! Let me in, please! He's going to kill me! It was only seconds before his colored lights were soaking up the darkness inside my car. Why are there lights on the ice cream truck? That's not a thing. You're confusing police cars and a ice cream truck, which is such a strange thing to confuse. Okay.
Maybe you wouldn't understand.
Yeah, I wouldn't. I've never been almost murdered by an ice cream man with colored lights. I jumped out of the car to help her. I grabbed for her, and her fingers came off and slapped on my windshield. I screamed, "Get in the car!" I started to push her into the back of my car.
I'm sorry.
When the ice cream truck pulled up right beside me and the back doors swung open. I screamed and tried to get her legs inside when something ungodly skirmished out of the freezers. They looked like large spiders with slimy oyster-type skin and claws made of razor blades. Literally made of razor blades, I think, because that's what's in the lady's eye. Wow, okay. So, okay, spiders with oyster skin, so like slimy mouthfeel, and claws made of razor blades. Spiders with claws, 1. Slimy skin, 2. Yeah. Anyways. They clattered past me and latched onto the girl's legs and began to pull her out of the car. She was screaming and blood was flying everywhere. There must have been about 10 of them. I bat them off of her, but they just sliced me with their claws. I tried to bat them, sorry. I tried to save her. I did. But when one of the hell spiders saw my son's head and tried to reach for him, I had to let her go. I swatted it away, and that is when she fell out of my car. I realized that she was dead when her head fell off and rolled towards my feet. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Saw a man lying on the street. I'm dead.
Wait,
no, that's not
that's
the one.
the other one. I don't remember the line that has the decapitated guy. Yeah, whatever. We know the reference that we're trying to make. I jumped in the car. I jumped in the car, locked all the doors, and started the car. It started with ease, but I could not seem to get out of the ditch. I watched what was left of the lady being pushed into a big grinder by a fat man with jolly eyes. He jumped out of the back of the ice cream truck and picked up her head. I watched as he pulled the razor blade out of her eye and threw her head to his pets inside the truck. I watched as he slowly walked up to the side of my car, and I peed a little. He made eye contact with me and picked up the girl's tongue and fingers off the hood. He licked her fingers. You know? I'm gonna do the guy Sensei voice. You know, these little guys really give our Strawberry that special something. Strawberry is your favorite, right, Miss Broom Lady? I screamed, and everything came back from my childhood. I could see the little tiny fingers getting stuck in the scoop and being picked out and thrown back inside the jug. I could see myself accepting the cone and taking a bit of the strawberry ice cream and loving it. I ate it. I ate it! My mind came back to me when he said, "Oh, is that your son?" Oh, sorry, I keep forgetting the guy Sensei voice. "Oh, is that your son? I bet he has that special something as well." I didn't know what to do. I just laid on the horn. He jerked, and we both saw the lights of the tow truck barreling down on us. He slinked away, whistled, and 5 of his creatures clattered out from under my car. I watched as the ice cream truck drove off and the tow truck driver pulled up. I stepped out of the car, and tried to tell him. All I managed to stutter out was, "People in the ice cream." The tow driver just smiled at me. "It's okay, ma'am." I'm gonna make the driver Gaara. "It's okay, ma'am. You sure took a ding on your hood and your head when you fell into the ditch. Lucky you, though. You had an ice cream truck to keep you company. You know, they have the best ice cream." Okay, that was pretty bad. You know, I want to say that was worse than my dog, Comma Buster.
Yes.
It was pretty bad. I'm gonna upvote my dog, Comma Buster. Oh, I'm not signed in. Never mind. Too much effort. Actually, no, I'm gonna go find it on my account and I'm gonna comment and I'm gonna say, we read your story on our stream and our viewers loved it. I'm not gonna say that. That prompt that I responded to, the writing prompt one, has 178 upvotes now. It's actually my highest upvoted anything ever.
Wait, say it again?
That prompt that I no, it's not my highest upvoted. That thing that the prompt that I responded to that was like, super meta, and it was like writing prompt.
Yeah.
Yeah, got 178 upvotes. It's my highest upvoted prompt response. My submission to short scary stories was slightly better though. So at least I've got that going for me, I guess.
Whoa! He almost turned on the reinforcement alarm. And then I shot him in the face. I didn't shoot him in the face. I shot him in the body. I shot him in the body. Trolls for this game are just too good. Can I kill these guys? I think I can. Oh, but it decreases karma. That's how it works. So I'm totally allowed to kill him. But Megaton know they're doing really good things out there in the wasteland. We just wanted to pull our resources together. That's a monkey. Get out of here, monkey. Neji X Reader. Oh, Neji.
Neji X Reader. Yes. I was up about 6 in the morning on a Monday, sadly. I mumbled to myself. Okay, it has a lot of swearing in it, never mind. Like a lot. Neji. Let's search for Neji. Whoa, that's some fan art. I'm uncomfortable. Oh boy. It's not like, pornographic, but it's like very sexualized.
Oh, it just moves me so fast.
Neji Hyuga, a self-proclaimed Destiny reader. Yes, you did read that right. Neji Hyuga always spouted on and on about his ability to see into one's being, deciding whether they would fail in life or succeed. A truly interesting ability, but not one many would pay attention to, or even believe. Ridiculous, they'd call it. Did you believe in it? Nah, of course not. There was no way he could be able to do something like that. It's humanly impossible. Sure, he had the Byakugan and all, but could he really see into the future like he says he can? This you are intent on finding out. One way or another, you would confront Neji Hyuga and see exactly what it is this ability was all about. So, Neji, your voice chirped as you were training with the long-haired male. Is it true? Neji's eyes flickered towards yours. Ceasing all movements, he drops his kunai to the ground and eyes you with curiosity, apprehension. I forgot what Neji sounds like. I'm gonna Google it. I'm gonna pull up a clip of Neji. Okay, oh jeez, that's loud. No, see nothing.
There was 2 bombs, dude. I got 2 bombs. One for the bomb and one for the bomb. Let's go to crafting.
Neji, say something stupid. Oh, come on, man. There's like not a single line. Okay, here, this is. It was way down.
I got 2 phones. One is a phone and one is a phone.
Okay, I'm not gonna do Neji's voice. I don't know what it sounds like. It's just really generic. Okay, anyways. What do you mean? He questioned. Well, all this destiny stuff. Too engrossed in your conversation to continue, Neji begins packing his weaponry away, until he freezes mid-action and casts his blank gaze in your direction again. You didn't seem to notice, sheepishly kicking at the grass with your shoe until he spoke. Gaara, are you doubting me? Voice snapping away from your thoughts.
These yaks are destroying me, dude. I just wanted. You're gonna die now.
You know what? I actually hate this story. I'm gonna stop reading this one. This one's awful.
This made me like really angry.
Naruto, 7 minutes in heaven. Neji. This isn't Overwatch. Overwatch. It's perfect. You know there's freaking crazy stuff about Overwatch, man. male character in Overwatch shirtless. Literally like the same body too. Like that's the funny part. It's like this same exact torso, but like maybe slightly different skin tone, and then a different face.
It's pretty good.
Yeah, that's hilarious. Let's see. Literature. Journals?
Stop.
Tracer X Reader. Probably. Let's check out Reddit. Let's see if Reddit's got anything dank to offer. Let's I'm gonna do like a classic creepypasta. You know? Because I feel like we haven't had like our creepypasta fill. We've only read bad scary stories.
Yeah.
So...
Dude, I hate it when I jump off of like very small rocks, and it's just like, oh, you want to go full speed with the wingsuit, and I'm like over a normal little mountain path.
Yeah.
Like nothing special, nothing at all. Just makes me mad. Makes me upset. I'm actually upset. Oh, there's a lot to this one.
Smiledog.jpg. You done with smiledog.jpg? That's long. It's very long. Okay, no. Gonna pass on smiledog.
Wow, it's just like fish in a freaking barrel, dude. Boom! Undetected. Unfreaking detected.
Wow.
Why is this game so easy, Gabe? Why am I so good at Farcry? New activities, see world map. More like see the world map. Got him. I don't know, Gabe. Should I see the world map?
Alright, do you want to do one more and then end this? Or do you want to end it now?
We can do one more.
Alright. This is one of the top posts of all time on No Sleep. It's called Fran and Jock. This won the best of the subreddit award for August 2016. Fran and Jock. Okay. I was the last in a long line of grandkids on both sides of the family. No one has ever said as much, but I'm pretty sure I was an oops baby. The result of one too many glasses of wine and a couple over 40 who thought unplanned pregnancies were for teens. Oops. By the time I came along, both of my grandmothers had already passed away, and my grandfathers were elderly and lived in different states. Trying to coordinate travel plans for a family of 5, including an infant, was difficult on a budget, and neither of my grandpas were up to frequent trips, so visits were rare and spaced out over long periods. Still, both of my parents wanted me to have a relationship with them, So we trade phone calls so they could hear my nonsensical baby babble. Wow, I struggled with that. Nonsensical
I think
baby.
that was the baby babble.
Yeah, nonsensical baby babble. They'd write me letters for mom and dad to read to me, and they'd get crayon scribbles in return. When I was 3, they both started to experience declines in health. First, my maternal grandpa, then my paternal one. Fearing the worst, Mom purchased a pair of teddy bears, the kind that had recorders in them so you could record a message that would play when the bear was hugged, and made sure to get a message saved from both. My mom's father died when I was 4. A few days after his funeral, I was given a white teddy bear with bright blue eyes that twinkled from beneath a plaid flat cap and a green sweater. When I gave it a squeeze, I heard my grandpa's slightly muffled voice from its stomach. I love you, Sadie. 2 years later, after Dad's father passed, I got the other one. It was a slate gray color, and the stitching on his face gave him a rather serious expression for a stuffed animal. A pair of red suspenders held up his tan trousers. I fell asleep hugging it, and my dad told me some years later, with tears in his eyes, that randomly throughout the night, he kept hearing Grandpa's voice coming from my room. I love you, Sadie. I named my white bear Fran and my gray bear Jock, and put them on a shelf above my bed, where they sat throughout my childhood. Honestly, I didn't give them much thought. They had become fixtures of my room, the same way the lamp in the dresser were. Every now and again, I'd come home from school to find one of my parents standing beside my bed, looking up at the bears or giving them a little squeeze. Even as time passed, they still recited their single phrase without fail. Aside from those instances, though, Fran and Jock were little more than dust collectors from my childhood. Thanks. When I went away to college, the two didn't make the cut and were left behind while I made my way out into the world for the first time.
You know why they couldn't make the cut, Gabe?
Because she was an oops baby.
They couldn't defend.
Oh my god.
And so they also couldn't
Maxwell,
attack.
one is for defend and one is for protect.
Yeah, but if one of them
one
was
is for protect and one is for attack. So together they protect and attack.
Dude.
And also attack. Anyway. When I went away to college, the two didn't make the cut and were left behind while I made my way out into the world for the first time. I think my parents were a little disappointed that I wasn't more sentimental over the teddies, but any memories I had of my grandpa's were hazy at best, and I didn't have the same emotional connection that they did. When Mom gently asked about whether I would like them when I moved into my first apartment, I told her no, that they were probably better off with her. Okay, she said. Well, they'll be here if you change your mind. I was pretty confident that I wouldn't. The next time I went back to my parents' place was to house sit while Dad took Mom on their long-awaited vacation out west. He'd been promising her they'd go. There's like a thing in the Dark Tower series about like going west. That's like, if you've been like exiled, it's called heading west. Like you like leave the kingdom to the west and like you're never seen again. But anyways, their long vacation out west. He'd been promising her they'd go for over 30 years, and they were both buzzing with excitement. In typical Mom fashion, however, she was also very nervous. You remember where all those financial documents are in case anything happens to us, right? She asked from the back seat at least 6 times on the drive to the airport. Yes, in the white bin under your bed. And the wills? Fireproof lockbox in the back of your closet. And I think she's got it, hon. I'm sorry. I think she's got it, hon, Guy Sensei said, reaching back to give her knee a squeeze. Mom harumphed and sat back. Just call if you need anything. I'll be fine, don't worry. You're only going for a week. A lot can happen in a week, she said. I grinned at her in the rearview mirror, unconcerned, and she made a face at me, but seemed to relax. After I dropped them off, I drove back to their place and started to make myself at home again. I tossed my suitcase on my bed and went to the kitchen to make some dinner and catch up on one of my shows. It had been a while since I'd had a true, completely free week all to myself, and I planned to take full advantage of it. After I ate, I kicked up my feet, stretched out, and commenced lazy lump mode. I managed to get almost 3 episodes in before I started to nod off. I checked the clock over the TV and sighed. It was only just after 11. Was I really turning into an old, early-to-bed woman already? The horror. I rolled off the couch and shut off the TV. Yeah, this is really horrifying. Turned off the TV and all the lights.
There were 2 dogs on my couch. I don't even have one dog.
I only had 2 teddy bears. Now I had 4. into a deep darkness. Even in the inky black, I didn't feel even a twinge of nervousness. I had grown up in this house. I knew it like the back of my hand, and all of its creaks and groans were almost comforting. I made my way to my room and flipped on the light. It had been at least 5 years since I lived there, but my parents hadn't done much to change my room, except store a few bits and bobs in the closet. They said it was so I'd know I'd always have a place with them. I thought it was because changing it would make the fact that I was out for good more real. Whatever the reason, I appreciated the familiarity. As I started to unpack my bag, my eye was drawn to the shelf over my bed. Fran and Jock, ever vigilant, were sitting in the same spots they'd occupied for most of my life. Ever vigilant, Maxwell, you hear that? They protect and they defend. Sorry.
Those are both defense.
Yeah, whatever. Ever vigilant? I guess that's, yeah, protect. Anyways.
No, they protect and defend, Maxwell.
They protect, and also protect. I only had one protect. Okay, sorry. I don't know why, but I couldn't help but smile and reach out to them. I took Fran down first and gave his little cap a tweak before... Fran is a man? Fran turned out to be a man. Sorry.
I just got out of my car just to get run over. I feel like a freaking NPC.
Yeah, it's the Farcry thing, right? Farcry 2 thing, I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's usually what happens to the enemy.
Yeah, right, yeah. That's what I meant.
And I'm over here just like
Being in
killing an innocent civilian. I'm just gonna
I love you, Sadie, Grandpa said. After putting Fran back, I did the same to Jock, who stared up at me with his usual sternness, even as I plucked one red suspender. I love you, Sadie, Grandpa said.
Hey, I'll go.
It was the first time I'd listened to them in a while, even if they didn't resonate as deeply with me as they did to my parents. I was glad to find the recording still worked. A quick trip to the bathroom and a change into my PJs later, I was in a bed and fast falling asleep. I can't say exactly what woke me. A nightmare, I figured, given that my heart was beating quite quickly, but I couldn't remember any details. I took a deep breath and rolled over, already falling half asleep again, and found myself face to face with a dark figure on the pillow beside me. I yelped and sat up, grabbing my phone, grabbing at my phone, my nearest source of light, and shined it towards my bed. Fran was lying on his side next to me. I let out a small chuckle and gave myself a little shake to dismiss the lingering fright that he'd caused, and picked him up. Did you fall off the shelf? I asked him quietly. I must have put him back too close to the edge earlier, and gravity had done its duty. I gave Fran,
oh my god, dude.
I gave Fran a gentle squeeze. Get out. I stared down at the bear and blinked once, very slowly. I must be more sleepy than I realized, I thought. I was hearing things. To prove to myself that it had been just my imagination, I squeezed him again. Get out. It was still Grandpa's voice, but instead of the soft warmth it had always had, it sounded cold, almost menacing. I threw Fran across the room, where he hit the wall. From over my head, I heard Grandpa's more gravelly voice. Get out. I whipped around and looked up at Jock. He was sitting in the same place as always, but now he was turned towards the door instead of facing forwards. Had I put him down like that? I couldn't remember. Get out! Grandpa's voice came from Fran again, louder this time. Get out! Grandpa echoed from Jock. The two went back and forth, their voices getting louder and louder, until I slapped my hands over my ears and leapt from my bed. I wanted to scream, but my voice was stuck behind my fear-tangled tongue. I stumbled across my dark room, chased by my long-dead grandfather's voices. I know you're down there, Jock shouted with Grandpa's voice. I froze. Down there? Down under the shelf? I glanced over my shoulder at the gray bear staring silently down from over my bed. I had to get out of my room. I had to get out of the house. I yanked open the door. I see you, Fran said in Grandpa's voice. I was halfway out in the hall, tears streaming down my face. I didn't know what was happening. Was I going crazy? Was I dreaming? All I knew was that my two childhood toys were screaming threats at me, and I had to get away from them. I turned towards the stairs. You take one more step, I'll make sure it's your last, Jock bellowed. Get out, Fran roared. From somewhere downstairs, a step creaked. Someone else was in the house. They weren't yelling at me at all, I realized with a very strange mix of confusing relief and newly formed horror. They were yelling at the intruder who was making their way up the stairs, towards me. Get out! My grandfathers howled together. Footsteps clambered across the wood floor downstairs. Something fell over in the living room with a loud crash, and again in the kitchen, before the back door slammed against the counter as it was thrown open and a car engine rumbled to life. Somehow, I regained my wits enough to run to my parents' room and look out the window to the driveway below. An SUV was peeling backwards into the street. It slammed into the neighbor's mailbox, righted itself, and then screeched off into the night.
Well, I shot this guy.
A heavy quiet had fallen over the house again. After waiting a few long, tense minutes, I crept back across the hall and peeked into my room.
This game's an acid trip, dude. It's like RuneScape, but they were like, why don't we just turn on all the random events as much? It's like RuneScape mixed with like the with like when you go on Smash Bros and you put like all the items on like full max.
Yeah.
That's how I've always felt about Far Cry 4. Like Far Cry 3 had like the perfect balance of like, oh, this is a random encounter.
Yeah. But
This one's just like
constant.
You walk 5 feet and like, look, there's another guy there. Like
Nice.
that. I mean, that's not an enemy, but like.
Yeah.
I've walked a total of like 100 meters.
You thought you were dead. I heard you like freeze and
Yeah.
get really angry.
I hesitated there. Look, that's an enemy over there. No, that's just a car.
Okay, let's see.
Yeah, sorry.
No,
See, there's bears.
So yeah, they protected her. Furniture. This one is like super wholesome too. How do we keep like stumbling upon the most wholesome, scary stories?
Why is no sleep like not scary?
I mean, like that's kind of a meme with this.
Yeah.
People are always like, it's not even scary. I don't even want to finish reading this. Can I just read through it, skim through it, and summarize it? No, I'll read it. We're pretty close
I
to
bought sticky grenades. That's why.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, yeah.
I put his cap back on. Wait. Oh. Oops. Okay. After a long, tense minutes. Yeah. I crept back across the hall and peeked into my room. Fran and Jacques were where I'd left them, both completely silent. When they stayed that way, I hesitantly approached Fran, who was lying on his side with his little flat cap beside him. I picked him up and, with trembling fingers, squeezed his stomach. I love you, Sadie, Grandpa said warmly. I put his cap back on his head and gently put him back on the shelf beside Jacques and backed out of the room, watching them the whole time with wide eyes.
How do I bite this?
As I rounded the corner, heading downstairs to the phone, I heard Grandpa's voice trailing after me. I love you, Sadie. The police arrived a bit later, following my frantic call to 911. I filed a report, leaving out the bit about my talking bears, and allowed them to collect whatever evidence they could. Every so often, I found myself glancing at the stairs, almost like I was expecting a repeat of what had just happened. It never came, and the cops wrapped it up, leaving me alone again. When I called my parents to tell them about the break-in, they immediately wanted to rush home, but I assured them there was no need. Really, I said, I don't think I have anything to worry about. We could be on the next plane, Mom insisted. No, I'm okay. Whatever that guy was, I'm pretty sure he won't be back. I took a few more go-arounds, but I eventually convinced them I was safe. And I felt it too, for the most part. After the initial shock had worn off and I'd had time to process what had happened, I really was okay. I couldn't explain it. I couldn't tell anyone what happened without sounding crazy, but I knew it had been real, and I knew, as long as I had Fran and Jacques sitting on the shelf above my bed, I could sleep easy. A few days later, the cops did find the guy who broke in. He was a co-worker of my dad's who'd overheard he'd be out of town. He thought the house would be empty and easy pickings. When he tried to tell them about the two crazy guys upstairs and their violent threats, they rolled their eyes and laughed at him. He was very surprised to hear that only a 22-year-old woman had been in the house during his botched burglary. When I returned home to my apartment a week later, Fran and Jacques were with me. I keep them on the TV TV stand in the living room now, where they have a full view of the front door. Whenever I start to feel a bit anxious about being alone, I'll give each bear a little squeeze and smile as they speak. I love you, Sadie. And now I respond, I love you both too. That was just so wholesome.
I don't understand why no sleep became wholesome sleep.
That was just the, yeah. That was
like,
just the most wholesome no sleep I've ever read.
Oh, my grandpa's dead spirits are like...
They're protecting me.
They're protecting me, yeah.
And I can sleep easy now. Literally the end of the story is like, I'm not anxious anymore, and I can sleep well.
Oh my gosh. It's the opposite of no sleep. It's actually the opposite of no sleep.
This is like, there's no way I could have known from the title, Fran and Jacques. it's 2 creepy teddy bears. Perfect. And then it's not. It's I want to get one that's scary.
Dude, then do it. Please.
Okay, this one.
Oh my gosh, I keep going to the Molotov. And then it just immediately switches to the throwing knife.
Oh my god.
Oh my gosh, it's so upsetting, Gabe.
This one cannot be scary. I mean, not scary. Cannot be wholesome. It's called, if you find a book called The Tale of Roly Poly, don't open it, don't read it. Okay, so, like, there's no way, right? Like, there's absolutely no way that this could not be actually a spooky story. It just wouldn't make sense.
Yeah, it wouldn't make sense.
Okay, well, let's see what happens. The book doesn't look particularly creepy. Oh, off to a bad start. I'm just kidding. There are no ominous images on the cover.
You open it and you have good luck.
Oh my god. The book doesn't look particularly creepy. There are no ominous images on the cover. No words of foreboding. There's only plain red canvas with gold letters that read, The Tale of Roly Poly. I never saw the book until Jenny pointed it out from her collection on the shelf. It may have been left by the previous owners. We'd only moved into this neighborhood a month ago.
I really hope it's like a person who's like an acrobat, but then they die.
Roly
so
poly.
they just like move around and like they have their arms and they're just
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
constantly spinning with it.
They're just a tumbler from a circus.
Exactly.
And they just roll around. It's actually Roly Polly. It's a woman named Polly. No, it's Polly P. Roly Polly P. Oh my god. Jenny was already snuggled under the covers when I opened the book. At 6, she was starting to read and never needed to be coaxed to bed if I promised her a story. Well, almost never. Princesses were her new obsession, and we'd covered most of the classics like Sleeping Beauty and
Anything
Cinderella.
for my princess.
Oh my god. The Tale of Roly Poly was a departure from the usual set list. Are you sure you want this one, Pumpkin? Jenny yawned.
Anything for my princess.
Yes, Daddy.
Whoa! Whoa!
Jenny's got a breathy voice, man. It's not my fault. Jenny's just got a breathy voice. It's okay.
Gabe, it's not that kind of story.
Maxwell, she said yes, Daddy. How am I not going to do a breathy voice?
I'm uncomfortable, Gabe.
Okay, I won't.
No, you're fine. It's still fine.
Oh, then fine. I'll just go all out. Yes, Daddy. I shrugged and began to read. There were 2 boys, 2 children like you. One was called Jack, the other was Hugh. The boys sat in their room, for there was nothing to do. They were so bored, a common bugaboo. That doesn't make any sense. I'm like complaining about the logic of a children's book and a scary story. The book contained a simple illustration of 2 boys in a bedroom, decorated with baseball-themed wallpaper. They thought and they thought, they huffed and they puffed, until Hugh said, "Phew, enough is enough. Let's play a game. We'll upend this loose end." "I know," said Jack. "I'll call on my friend." Yeah, this is gonna get freaky. Oh boy. I groaned internally and hoped that Jenny would fall asleep soon. This wasn't exactly Dr. Seuss. I'll agree there. Jack took the book and said the words written down. Come out, you silly old clown." And a wish and a whoosh, and fizzle and pop, Roly Poly arrived with a great big plop. There was an enormous figure that dwarfed the 2 boys next to him. The man was dressed as a traditional pantomime clown, complete with a rough white makeup and garish red lips. "How do?" said the clown. "I've come to play." "You?" said Hugh. "Oh dear, holy moly! Don't be..."
I'm gonna blow this guy up.
Don't be scared, declared Jack. "It's just Roly Poly." "What shall we do?" said Hugh in a flutter, as he pulled out his toys from the bedroom clutter. There were many games of various names, all wires and megawatts, a singing machine, a trampoline. There were even 2 robots. "Oh no," said the clown. "This will not do. Let's play some real games. Ditch this techno voodoo. Come with me and you'll see, my home is quite grand. You'll have all that you need in topsy-turvy land." The 2 boys nodded, their hearts filled with glee. They took the clown's hand and counted 3 Mississippi. Wow, that's awful. Hugh and Jack closed their eyes as the world twirled and twirled. They whooped with joy as a new land was unfurled. The clown's home was quite splendid, full of candles and treats. The fun never ended. No parents, no chores, no bedtime, or rules. No horrible homework from boring old schools. What did you do?
I just threw a landmine at a dude, like, directly.
Nice.
I love this game.
The boys played and played, and all three were glad, until one fateful day when the clown became sad. What's wrong, Roly-Poly? Is there something we can do? The boys asked and asked, but their worry still grew. Oh dear, the clown mumbled. My apologies, most humbled. I'm just very hungry, as his large tummy rumbled. Would you like chocolate or chips or gooey cream cake? We have hot dogs and ice cream and every milkshake. But the clown shook his head, for his belly did ache. Then he grabbed little Hugh. A fine meal you will make! My stomach flipped when I saw the contents of the next page. I shut the book immediately. Let's call it a night, Princess. Jenny tried to protest, but her eyelids were heavy with sleep. What happened to the boy? Oh, sorry. What happened to the boy, Daddy?
It doesn't cease to get me.
I'll tell you tomorrow. I kissed Jenny on the forehead and turned out the light. I went downstairs and poured a large glass of wine before reopening the book. The page that I'd closed contained an illustration of a gruesome scene. The clown held one of the boys above his head and had bitten into the child's left side. His teeth tore away chunks of pink flesh as blood trickled down his really stained lips.
But he also...
Oh my god. Oh my god, Maxwell, please. The boy's eyes were shut, his tear-streaked face frozen in an anguished expression. Spurred on by morbid curiosity, I continued to read. Roly-Poly grabbed the boy and held him aloft. He took a big bite. Sweet Hugh was so soft. He gnashed and he gnawed, he chewed and he slurped. And when nothing was left, the clown loudly burped. He looked around. There was no Jack to be found. The boy had run. The chase had begun. Jack ducked and darted. He ran and he ran. Roly-Poly just chuckled. Come back here, young man. This place is large. Indeed it does sprawl. There is no way out. No way at all. The clown was quite right, for try as he might, Jack rushed to escape, but there was no exit in sight. The boy grew tired, his breath became weary. Roly-Poly caught up, sounding quite cheery. You're tougher than most. You I will cook. And he hung the boy up on an old meat hook.
So now this father's just like
reading the book to himself, yeah. But I'm still gonna do the goofy voice.
Yeah, no, you can.
Because like,
yeah, no, it makes sense.
Okay. The child screamed and he shouted, "You great fat liar!" The clown licked his lips as he stoked the big fire. I turned to the last page. The boy dangled from a hook over a gaping fire pit. Parts of his skin were cracked and blackened as the flames licked his small frame. The clown prodded the fire with a stick in one hand. The other hand waved to the reader as a maniacal smile revealed 2 rows of long, sharp teeth. The clown was so happy. This sweet meat was a treat. Hail to the chef. Bon appetit. The book ended there. I felt the bile raise in the back of my throat. What kind of twisted individual writes something like this? It was probably a desperate hack writer looking for some notoriety. Whatever it was, it left a bad taste in my mouth. I finished my wine and threw the book in the trash. I woke up in the trash. I woke up early the next morning and took the paper lying on the doorstep. It was Sunday, but I never liked to sleep in. I put on a pot of coffee and glanced at the headline on the countertop. My heart froze. 5th anniversary of local boy's disappearance. Hundreds have taken part in a remembrance rally to mark the 5th anniversary of the disappearance of brothers Hugh and Jack Healy. The brothers, aged 8 and 6, were abducted from their home on January 7th, 2012. Police have issued a fresh appeal for information this weekend. Story continued on page 3. I ran outside and removed the cover of the trash can. Perhaps whoever wrote that book knew something about the boy's disappearance. At the very least, I needed to report this sick material to the police. My stomach lurched as I regarded the contents of the trash can. The book was gone. A primal panic rose in my chest, and I dashed upstairs to Ginny's bedroom. A single piece of paper lay atop the crumpled sheets of her empty bed. Jenny picked a book, a true tale to excite, but Dad did not like it. He thought it was trite. He stopped the story at the moment of glory. Oh no, not for you. This part is unfit. The clown did not like that, not one little bit. So Roly-Poly told Ginny, who was ever so skinny, "Let's have some fun, we'll show that old ninny." And now Ginny plays in a land topsy-turvy, full of sugar and spice and all things that are girly. While the princess holds court in dresses of satin, the clown simply smiles. She'll do. She'll fatten. It's been 1 week since Ginny went missing. I've given the page to the cops, but they're as baffled as I am. Every hellish verse of that awful book is seared into my skull. I can't sleep, I can't eat. I'm typing this as both an appeal and a warning. If you find this book, don't open it, don't read it. Call the police. A child's life may depend on it. And we all just read it! The gates are open! That's the top comment.
Oh my gosh. That is too good. That was a treasure.
That was an alright story.
Yeah.
You know?
It was alright.
It was okay. It was alright.
If you had clown fear.
Yeah. If I were afraid of like child's stuff, which like I'm not.
Yeah. Which I'm like totally not.
Oh my god. It reminds me. There's a bit in the book I'm reading right now, the third book of the Dark Tower series, where like the kid reads this story about Charlie the Choo Choo, and it's like kind of chilling. It's pretty cool. I mean, it's Stephen King. You know what I mean? So it's like like the man can paint a scene. I wanna show you like because the copy of the book that I have has like illustrations of like some key scenes, and the one for that scene is like really cool. And this has been turned into a real book, which is also really cool. And this is the cover of that book.
Oh my god.
It's like a spooky train, and then like the children on the train are like, some of them almost look happy, but they're all like crying. Like this guy is like clearly crying.
Yeah.
It's great.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, it's good stuff, man. All right. Well, I think I'm fictioned out. I'm reading out. What's
My-
good?
My face when I protect, but I also
Oh my god.
only attack. I'm coming, pagan men. I'm coming. Pahan men. Gonna get soft served. If I destroy pagan men's like fortress before like I do all the main quests, do I just like is that the game end?
Yep. Pretty sure.
Like I genuinely don't know.
No, I don't either.
Should I refill all my ammo?
Yeah.
Guess I will. You can attack it, but you can also protect it.
Oh my god.
Dude, it's just such a good meme right now. It's hot. It's on fire. Dude, I love how unrealistic this like wingsuit mechanic is. Cause it just makes me feel like a freaking acrobat.
Okay, so there's like a following on DeviantArt for people who are just like into farts, right? Not even just like fetishizing farts, but just
So
people
we're
who-
doing this, okay?
No. I'm just explaining it, and then I just want to like read titles. Like I don't want to read full stories because I know that there'll be too much.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
just like there's stories about farts, right?
Mhm.
This one's called Charizard Fart RP 36. series of Charizard the Pokemon farting. Roleplay. There's 36 of them. I'm shaken. I'm shook. Dad fart RP? That's even worse. That's a lot worse.
That dad did a bad job of both protecting and attacking.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Tongue fart. What?
What?
I don't know what a tongue fart. There's so much dad fart RP, dude. So many.
That's unsettling.
Yeah, man. I play Grovyle, you play Trico. You are my little brother, Trico, and I am your big brother, Grovyle. And you've heard I have some pretty strong gas, and you really want to find out for yourself. Oh, Minecraft. I'm gonna look up Minecraft. You know there's some good Minecraft stuff.
I don't know how to actually. Oh, that's how you grapple. That's not hard.
The Woodland Horror, a Minecraft story. This is a true story. It all began once my friend loaded up a world. I wasn't in yet. I was doing something else in the moment. But he suddenly starts freaking out about a giant house appearing next to him as he spawned. I joined up on the world and saw the house for myself. It was big, 3 stories tall, mostly made of wood, and decorated with cobblestone. I told him I had seen this before. It was a mansion from the new updated console. We looked around and thought the place was cool, so we decided to go to creative to move in. For the next 10 hours, we gave each and every room a use, beside our 2 bedrooms. I built a forge, a potion lab, with a huge potion machine, an automatic chicken farm, an armory, a map room, a chicken, a chicken kitchen. God. I renovated a dining-like room into a more official dining hall, a study, a laundry room, and I replaced a lot of the roof with grass to create a large roof garden. My friend had built a pool, a music room, a library, a storage room, and something bigger. The 3rd floor was comprised of only 1 room, taking up only 1/12 of the rest of the square footage. So my friend perfectly replicated the hallway architecture to stretch out around the whole rectangle house. The space left on the inside became my courtyard or pavilion, as I had originally named it. But in order to place grass as a ground without the floors beneath me having a dirt roof, I had to lower the roof by 1 block on the entire floor. It wasn't that bad. I got it done, made a beautiful fountain, and placed a lot of flowers. 10 hours, we had every room prepped, and we were about done. I had finished with the farm outside the mansion. My friend suddenly told me we had a problem. I met him in my room to find that there were around 20 bats in my room alone. We killed them all, but they just kept spawning. I placed more torches around the spawning stops. Later, though, more bats spawned into my room, even with an unnecessary amount of torches. So we killed them again and agreed to keep a box of harming potions for survival. Even though we weren't supposed to be keeping any creative items. Right before the switch to survival was to happen, we made sure there was plenty of light to prevent mob spawning. We finally began our journey of survival. As we started, my
I
friend
like how they totally cheated to start this
Yeah,
off.
it's like, you're not even playing the game right, man. Not to like gatekeep children's video games.
Children shouldn't play video games
Children
if they can't respect.
If they can't play by the rules.
It doesn't matter whether they're having fun or not.
No.
That's not the point of a video game.
It does not matter.
It's about overcoming challenges.
You're like, listen, I played Farcry 2. It's not about fun. Oh my god.
Dude, that's too real. You don't have to hurt me like that.
This is a boring story. Is it supposed to be like spooky? Because it says like the Woodland Horror. It's filed under horror.
He protect, but he also.
I'm gonna ignore this one. I'm gonna go back. This is bad. Voodoo Epilogue. Igneos, the Magma Cube. Part 50. Wow.
Wow.
It's morphin' time.
Mighty morphin' time.
a dragonborn? Oh god. Now we have freaking Skyrim and Minecraft. Dang it, Bethesda. Oh, I'm so topical.
Skyrim is the best game to ever be released on every console in the known universe.
A deadly game of hide and seek.
All clear, Gabe. Gabe.
Bart Simpson.
Bart Simpson X, my guy.
Oh my god.
El Barto.
If looks could kill, Chapter 7. What does this have to do with Bart Simpson? What? No, these parts are so short, so it doesn't really count as like long series. Bart's hot day. I can't do a good enough Bart voice, so I'm not even gonna try.
Hi, Bart.
Dude, that's perfect. Maxwell traded me.
Is that actually good?
It was decent.
Yeah, that's fine.
Hi, Bart.
Got him.
Any freaking impersonation is good if you say I'm named. I'm Gaara. Like, that's a good impersonation because he says I'm Gaara.
I'm Bart.
I'm Bart, Daddy. God, Daddy. Oh my god.
No.
Is Daddy as a suffix? Oh no. Oh no. Oh, this one's bad. No, it doesn't make any sense. This is not... Okay, I'm gonna read this one. Bart. Another hot day. That's Bart voice. Hi, caramba. He didn't say that. Well,
He said that.
I at least have my underwear on. I'm being in it because it's too hot in here.
This is the best written story in the universe. Holy crap.
I'm being in it.
Beam me up.
I'm being in it because it's too hot in here. Time to take a bath. Takes off his underwear and gets in the bath. Sighs deeply. This is so good. Sighing, gurgling, gasping. Whoa, I almost drowned. Coughing. Narrator with French accent. 5 minutes later. It's supposed to be like
Oh
this.
my
SpongeBob.
god. What is this?
I'm finally done with my bath. Puts back on his underwear. Time to eat breakfast because it's Saturday. Me.
Because it is Saturday.
Me after breakfast. What? Me? Is this supposed to be narrator, not me? I don't know. Mom, what day is it? It's Saturday, Bart.
I'm eating cereal because it's Saturday.
I cannot do a Marge at all.
that was something else.
I just yelled and made my voice kind of gravelly because she does that sound. That's the best I can do. She does that groan, you know? Wow, just a man on an ATV with a pistol. Nice. Anyways. Mom, what? Okay, so he literally says, time to eat breakfast because it's Saturday, right? He says, Mom, what day is it? And then Mark says, it's Saturday, Bart. Ah, Saturday. It's such a good day, but I'm too hot. Bart,
Takes off pants.
Bart, why are you in your underwear? I got too hot. That's why I'm in my underwear. Oh my god, it's that classic, like, everyone restates everything. Because every character has to say the line.
Yeah.
Bart, why are you in your underwear? I got too hot. That's why I'm in my underwear. Okay, Bart. Hey, Dad. Hey, Bart. You're in your underwear too? I'm in mine too. Of course, Bart. Wow. Oh, hi, Lisa.
You're in your underwear?
Hi, Bart. I only have panties on.
What?
Bart, is it The end. Wow. I want more by this content.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, it's all about Bart. Oh no.
Oh yes.
Pulpit friction? What? How about Bart's reaction to a chase through... No. Bart's hot day is what we just read. Bart Simpson's with a mustache. 3 pics of it. That is the best title. Bart Simpson's with a mustache. 3 pics of it. Look at this, Maxwell. Look at this. Guys. Oh my god. It's literally just 3 pictures of Bart Simpson with a mustache. Oh my god. He's growing. Yes. That was unsettling. That was the comments. One person said, he's growing. And the content creator said, yes. Like, ooh, that's creepy.
He protect, but he also grow.
Alright, what do you want to do? Bart doesn't like Millhouse anymore?
What?
Yeah, but that's the one. That's so short. Oh, these are great because they're short. Bart doesn't like the Millhouse anymore on opposite day. Oh, way to spoil the whole thing. Way to spoil the whole thing. This
So
is
you
filed,
like...
by the way, under literature, fanfiction, fantasy. Simpsons is in a fantasy realm. Okay. Bart, who's there? Millhouse. It's Millhouse! Millhouse, go away! I never want to see you again! Laughs. Millhouse, whimpering, crying. Bart doesn't like me anymore! That's right, you're my worst enemy. Millhouse, crying. Bart, Millhouse, you're not really not my friend. It's just opposite day. Opposite day? Hey, I've heard of that! The end.
Dude,
and then the description.
These people hate eagles, by the way. I just want that to be stated real
Oh my
quick.
god, so
Every time
un-American.
an eagle like appears on screen, all of the soldiers are just like shoot it, dude.
That's amazing.
It's great. Okay, sorry. Get back to your Bart story.
I was just gonna read the description. This is a SpongeBob parody to Season 1, Episode 9B, Opposite Day. SpongeBob SquarePants is owned by Viacom, Nickelodeon, and Steven Hillenburg. The Simpsons is owned by Fox and Matt Groening. He is covering his bases. You know? He's like, this isn't my material, this is copyrighted, I'm just having my fair use.
Yeah.
This is not a child, is what I'm saying. I think this is not a child. Ooh, Bart's weird dream. Yeah. Okay, imagine everything with like a vaporwave filter. Okay, Marge. Good night, Bart. Bart. Good night, Mom. Strips into his underwear.
Oh my god.
Gets in bed and sleeps in it. Me in Bart's dream. Oh, okay, so when it says me, it means narrator. Like,
yeah.
So it's just like transitioning to in his dream. Squidward tentacles. Good morning, class. I trust you've all prepared for today's final exam. I cannot do these voices. I can only do Naruto voices. And even those I do poorly. Excuse me, I've missed a few lectures. What subject is this? Ancient Egyptian algebra. What a nightmare. Mr. Bart, are those your underpants? Kids laughing. Squidward. Young man, it's time you learned a lesson about Lightspeed brand briefs. Oh my god. Lightspeed fits today's active lifestyle, whether you're on the job or having fun. Lightspeed briefs style and comfort for the discriminating crotch. Oh, what a weird dream. I'll never get back to sleep. Snoring and whistling. The end. Okay, so it was Futurama and SpongeBob and Simpsons. Okay, this is a meme. This has to be a meme because in the comments, the creator said cast, and then it's like a gif of Squidward dancing with the Santa hat, a picture of Bart, and then a picture of Marge, but it's specifically the picture where she's like crumping. You know that crumping picture of Marge? If anyone is curious, just Google Marge crumping.
Is it the dance? Are you saying the dance one?
This picture, this specific image. Exactly this image, but zoomed in on her face. Look.
Yeah.
Yeah, that exact image. We'll put it up on the stream in the description. No, we won't.
No, we won't. That's too much
Yeah,
effort.
I know, it's a lot of effort. Oh man, it gets so weird. This is such a weird move. Okay, let's find another person. That Bart's Hot Day was just such a good story. I'm in my underwear too. Oh my god. I see you're in your underwear too. I'm in my underwear too. Like, what? Oh my
Oh,
god.
I'm getting shot at. Okay.
Time for breakfast because it's Saturday. Mom, what day is it? It's Saturday. Oh my god. Bart falls in love. One day, Bart was at the beach. He was whistling. There's no punctuation. Wow. Okay. One day, Bart was at the beach. He was whistling when he saw Sherry and Terry, the Mackleberry twins, in bikinis. Bart immediately fell in love with them, but Bart turned away, saying some random thing. It was obvious he was talking gibberish. Homer looked confused. And not any of my business, said Homer. He went back to drinking his stuff and relaxing. Then he got up to go swimming, but then, Homer, look out! Said Marge. He then hit his head on an umbrella. Dope, said Homer.
That was perfectly timed, Gabe.
What?
You
Homer,
said
look out?
Homer, look out, and then like all the soldiers died.
Nice.
From like a mortar.
Nice.
Dude, I'm getting destroyed.
That was the whole story. Bart's hot day, man. Bart scares Homer back. This is back to our friendly content creator, CJ Rules 10576. That was the guy who made the Bart's hot day.
Oh man, I'm about to die, dude.
Bart scares Homer. Bart, I've been waiting for you, Dad! In all caps. Homer gasps. Bart snarling. Homer, Bart, you're scaring me! Screaming. Bart laughing maniacally. That's it. That's the whole story. It ends there. Like, no, usually he adds like the end. Not even at the end. We don't even get that much. That's the whole story.
I literally have to keep moving, or this mortar is just gonna like keep getting me, and I have zero clue where this guy is. He's right here. I just got him. I just got the mortar man. Gabe, I'm unkillable now. He protect, but he also only kill.
Bart's night out.
No, stop.
This is too
Stop sending more reinforcements, dude.
That's like, these are like the best stories. The ones that are like obviously written by children. Who's another character that is going to be written by children? Professor Farnsworth. I want to see if there's anything from Professor Farnsworth. Oh my god. Epic rap battle. Rick Sanchez versus Professor Farnsworth. I gotta profess to you, Professor, this won't end well. I'm a superior scientist to you even when I'm locked in a cell. You're about as cool as Hubert, and you look like a snail. So leave the sci-fi devices to me and just stick to your mail. Wubba lubba dub dub, you look like you spent 100 years in your tub. But I suggest you get back in. You smell like you need a good scrub. Tell Leela to get Fry. He needs to come for save his nephew. Your crew is like your ancestor. They both should have left you. Good news, everyone! A Doc Brown cosplayer has come for a visit, but his breath reeks of vodka, so we certainly won't miss him. Your presence is more like the safety of my crew. I just don't care. And I want to yell sweet zombie Jesus at the state of your hair. It looks like a hack animator doodled it and your family while on acid. Your phony catchphrases remind me of Jerry. Weak and flaccid. Now I'll follow your advice, stick to my mail, and watching you fail. You had to resort to banging a schizophrenic planet to get some tail. There's only one more verse. They're so long. I'm not gonna bother with this. This is awful. Mario. No,
Mario.
Luigi.
Mario.
Waluigi, yes.
You're just so excited about that one.
Mario. Oh my god, no. Flood, dude. Flood. Please. Flood. How do you spell it? Is it F-L-U-D-D?
Yeah.
Great. Oh god, there's a series called Sunshine and it's like 20 chapters long. Mario.
I'm not gonna let this be the thing that kills me. Oh my gosh, that would have triggered me so hard. Well, I got everything, Gabe. I got all the outposts, including the final fortress.
Waluigi handing shells. He'll utter an oh yeah and a Waluigi, tallying up number ones like a BG. Wiping filth away, thought his name was Squeegee. From his short, fat, garlicky sidekick to his patented backhand. Watch your step and prepare for mischief on Waluigi's Island. Good luck retrieving the star stamp snatched from Bowser's grip. You thought this was a Mario Party, but you're just in for a bad trip. That was awful. What's that got? Ooh, man.
sad.
This is making me want to find raps, dude. That was good. That was a good rap. Let's find Luigi.
Gabe,
Wario.
I literally
Wario.
just walked and just like took out everything. I thought this game was gonna be harder than Far Cry 2. And then I proved myself wrong.
Yeah, I don't know why you thought that.
It's because when I was playing Blood Dragon, I got like really hasty. Like way too hasty.
Yeah.
I can't play at the same speed as Far Cry 2. But like, it's not that much slower.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm just like not meant to play these kind of games. Like,
Yeah, maybe you just don't like them.
I mean, I do.
Maybe you just don't like them.
Wow.
Sorry.
Wow.
Just kidding. Okay. Poetry.
Can you heal me? You might need to heal me, Gabe.
Children's poetry?
Poetry. That'll work.
Children's poetry. HR practical course. HR Training Institute payroll.
What?
That is in children's poetry. Let me read you this post by Highman Schick. It's tagged with consultants, digital HR jobs, marketing, North payroll. Hang on, show more. Placement, practical, Punjab, software training, Chandigarh, freshers, recruitments, Mohali course, VLOOKUP, HLOOKUP, Quath R. That's it. This is under literature, poetry, children's, free verse. It's called HR Practical Course, HR Training Institute Payroll. Let me read you the poem. HR Practical Course, HR Training, Payroll, Digital Marketing Course, Job Placement Consultants in Chandigarh, VLOOKUP, HLOOKUP, Payroll Software, Payroll Training, Recruitments Training, Chandigarh, Mohali, Punjab North, HR Jobs for Freshers. You know, that was a very child-friendly poem. How about humor? Let's go to humor. Humor. Urban and spoken word. Swimmer. Training the blonde. Public transport? No. I want something stupid. Urination station. we need to post Bloody John on here.
Yeah, Bloody John.
Bright lights and loud noises. Oh wait, there's already okay. This is bad. Never mind. Whoa. The DeviantArt is a dark place, people. It's bad, man. As Maxwell freaking burns an elephant. Oh my god.
Dude.
Just burning an elephant to the ground. Wow.
Dude, I have to. It's the only way I can
It's
kill
already
this guy.
dead. Wow.
It's the only way I can kill it, dude.
Oh my god.
It's actually like how I have to like beat this quest.
Yeah, I know. But
I would
you're
totally-
killing an elephant for quests. Like, that's awful.
Oh my gosh.
Selfish, I know.
I'm a trophy hunter.
They hate violence because it desensitizes you. They think love is romantic.
Wait, is
They
this
say guns should be dropped to the ground while they shoot people with their words every day. I hate life because it doesn't work. I think love is harsh because it's just a word. I say guns should be left in the holster while I shoot the people stabbing me with their words in the back. I am evil. They are the majority. This world is mental. I'm the only casualty. And then the description of this poem is
he defeat protect,
no,
but also defend.
oh my god. The description is, I just hate it that I'm the only one who thinks like me.
Don't you just hate it? When you're the only one who thinks like you?
Yeah, man. You know what this is filed under, man? Poetry,
HR.
literature, poetry, humor, urban and spoken word. Humor.
Don't you just hate it? You're the only one who think like me. Don't you hate it when you attack, but also protect? No, actually, don't you hate it when you protect, but you can't also attack?
Oh my god.
Me compared to the guy she likes. Can protect.
Okay.
Can protect
Again,
and attack.
again. This is okay. Oh, well that's okay. I don't understand. Okay. Bit down, teeth on tongue, so callously the blood pooled. That eyes shut tight, the keep pain at bay. What? Sadomasochism minus the pleasure. Next few days with an uncontrollable wince. Sudden flinching at groceries and perishables. Note to self, learn to chew food.
Learn to chew food.
The perils of consumerism. That's what it's called. Bone deep, baby. Alright, let's find a good poetry maker. Ooh. I swim like a fool from side to side. The lanes on our pool, 1 meter wide. All of my energy seems to be going away. Training muscle synergy isn't easy today. A terrible pain I feel in my back. Though I can't complain, in my mind I say, the F word, meant to rhyme with back. So, like, you take that how you will. I guess fack, but like, it's bleeped out. Like it says, in my mind I say F star star star, but it's like the line should rhyme with back. So, nice shot. Oh, not as nice shots.
There we go. Did you just see that, kid?
I missed the last shot, sorry.
I just one guy I killed everyone but one person, and that person started driving away, and as he was driving I shot and I got him.
In the hurricane of haunted dreams, you pull the strings, leaving behind a trail of shattered things. Charms and trinkets to some, I'm sure, but my voice chokes out in my sleep. Glue just won't do, I shriek.
Glue just won't do.
As I struggle to piece each shattered heart. Shattered charms lined up in a path, leading to your new life. The newest, better slice. With a broken heart, 2 hearts are born. And I guess I draw the short straw. I just hope the broken charms are no more, and my hurricane of broken dreams can break away from me.
Dude, sometimes I hear words come out of your mouth and I think, that's deep.
That's art.
That's art.
That's art.
That's art.
That's art. Let's find Sonic poetry.
That's art.
That's art.
I don't know
What? Yeah, that's really funny. Sonic fossil hints of Cretaceous.
That's art.
Honks and quacks.
Protect and attacks.
Fred, dude. Oh my god. I'm not gonna read the rest of the poem. You sealed the deal. Honks and quacks. Protects and attacks. I'm gonna tweet that from our Twitter, dude. Oh my god. Oh my god. That was too good. Woo. Woo, lad. Hey, Maxwell, what's our Twitter password?
Hunter won. Oh no, we're streaming.
Oh no.
Good thing they don't actually know that it's protect and attack.
Wait, dude, no, don't say that. Now we can never use that as our password.
Get away from me. Get away from me, doggies.
Oh my god, I'm goofing it.
You can tell it's a poster by the way it is. Dude, one of the best animations in this entire still tear down the poster.
Yeah.
So then it's
You
literally...
freeze in the air or something?
Yeah.
Nice.
You know what? I'm just gonna
There
do
we
this.
go. What was I gonna tweet? Oh yeah. What it was honks and quacks. Honks and quacks.
I just died. Rip, dude.
Protects. It's spelled wrong, right? It's protect, not protect, right?
It Protecc. Yeah.
Yeah. CC.
CC.
What?
I think. I'm gonna rescue all these.
It's not. I looked it up. It's,
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, as long as you looked up the meme.
He protect, but he also attack. Yeah.
Yeah. Damaged skin. I don't have any damaged skin.
Honks and quacks. Protects and attacks. Oh my god. Yes. What should I add any emojis? Okay.
I'm gonna protect everyone.
Alright, now we got content on our Twitter.
Look at that.
Go check it out, listeners.
What? I was pressing all buttons, you douche.
Looney
I had
Tunes
to press
X Sonic 2, the float. Tails is driving Sonic home in traffic with his blinker on. Tails, am I good? Is it clear? Sonic looks out the window. I can't tell. I'm clear. Tails steers to his right. Then cars honk and he steers back. Sonic, not clear. Tails, ugh, what's that idiot doing in my blind spot? Sonic, everyone's in your blind spot. This car has nothing but blind spots. Tails, it's not a car, it's a parade float. Now, am I clear? Sonic, I don't know, all I see is a giant foot. Tails, that's it, I'm going for it. Tails swerves off the road, causing Sonic to scream. The float then gets covered in mud. Tails, great, now we have to go to the car wash. Okay, hang on. I'm pretty sure that parade floats are not safe for a car wash. Not to like call out the realism in this Sonic fanfiction, but Sonic starts to get out. Oh no, I'm getting out here. Oh, that's supposed to be, oh no, I'm getting out here. That's, so I thought he was saying like, oh no, but he wasn't. Tails, what are you, crazy? You're on the
What
side
are you
of
crazy? You out of your mind?
You're on the side of the freeway, it's dangerous. Not as dangerous as riding in that thing.
2 hostages must survive. They killed all the hostages.
Suit yourself.
That's great. Yeah, that's great.
Tails then drives back on the side of the road. Am I clear? Sonic doesn't respond. I'm going for it! At the car wash. Tails drives his float into the entrance. A mother and her son is looking at their car. Mother, look, there goes our car. She then notices the float. Is that a parade float? Tails then comes by. It's not a parade float. It's my parade float. Is it made out of paper mache? Yes. What'll happen when it gets wet? It's gonna get wet? Tails then realized, oh wow, I totally called this stories out for its flawed logic, but it turns out the author thought of everything. Tails then realizes what she's talking about and looks through the glass. To his horror, the float is starting to melt. Tails bangs on the glass, yelling to turn the water off. Turn off the water! Turn off the water! Turn off the water! When one of the equipment pieces makes contact with the eyes, one of them flies off and onto the glass. Tails becomes worried. Ah! Stop! Turn off the water! Turn off the water! Tails runs after the float to try and save it, but fails. At Sonic and Tails' house. Sonic is making a sandwich when Tails runs in. Whoa, 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 whoa. I'm gonna edit this so that it's better and more accurate. Sonic is making a chili dog when Tails runs in. I'm too satisfied with that joke. Anyways. My eye, oh my eye! Oh my absolute bones! Sonic gets the wrong idea. Tails, don't move, I'm getting the first aid kit! Sonic gets the first aid kit and runs to Tails, who is holding his bones from the float and crying. Just kidding, holding his eye from the float and crying. Let me me see your eye. It's all that was left. My beautiful parade float is gone. My first girlfriend and now my float. We never even got to be in a parade. Tails walks up to his room upset. How did Tails get a parade float? What is this story? Maxwell, what is it? Why does it exist?
I don't know.
Why does it exist, Maxwell? Tell me. He protect. He also attack. Oh, good. Man, it's 2:20. Whoa. How long have we been streaming?
How long is too long?
I don't know, man. We're gonna have lots of highlights from this stream. He protect, but it's all gonna be titled He Protect. Also, He Attack.
It's gonna be 4 highlights, and they're just gonna be called He Protect.
He
He
Attack.
Attack.
Yeah.
There would be 2 E's, which would be kind of confusing for viewers.
Guy Sensei. One will be
Guys.
called My Guy Defend, Guy Sensei Attack. That's what it'll be called. My midichlorians. Oh god. Alright, I'm done whenever you're done with this. I need to go to bed.
Yeah, I do too. Can we get donuts tomorrow morning?
Yes. I need to be up early.
Yeah, I do
Yeah.
too. How early do you need to be up?
I need to meet my mom at 11. So, and I wanted to leave here by 10 so I could stop by Half Price Books.
Alright. Let's get donuts.
At 9?
Yeah.
Cool.
Get out of my house. Oh my gosh.
Wow. He protect. But he couldn't attack. God, I hate this meme. It's not even a good meme.
No, it's a good
It's a
meme.
great meme, yeah. It's a great meme. Ow, oof, ooch, my bones. Is that the doggo? God, I hate you.
Dude, this sniper rifle is like ridiculous. It's like super powered, dude.
Yeah.
You
No, I
can
mean, you just shot a dog.
Oh, no, I mean like that wasn't a good example. But like,
I,
there's so many things that's just like, oh, like I see that, like I want to kill it, and it's like, boom, kill. Like look at this
Bart
eagle, dude.
Simpson.
This eagle just like swooped down and it killed a man.
I'm not even in incognito for this one. I just googled Bart Simpson fanfiction. Fanfiction.net.
Why do you not have your shorts on? It's hot.
Can I read that one again?
Yeah.
Would that be too much?
Oh my gosh, you just killed your teammate. I'm losing.
What was it called? Bart's Hot Day? That's gonna be in my search history. Bart's Hot Day is now in my search history. Man, it's not showing up on Google because it's so obscure. We brought something beautiful to the world.
We're obscure, dude.
No, Maxwell, our viewers, all our viewers, they're gonna tell their friends, and CJ the greatest, or whatever his name was.
CJP the greatest.
No, CJ the rules or something. CJ the rules.
Hey, that's a dog.
This one is titled The Simpsons and Madison. Description, my Build-A-Bear Madison has a dream where she meets the Simpsons. Rated T. Oh god, okay. So, beware viewer, this is rated T for teen. Okay. My teddy bear Madison and I were sleeping, in a deep sleep. We were dreaming wonderful things. Mine was of many funny things. Madison started dreaming. She went into the Simpsons world. Wow, this place is really different from reality, Madison said to herself. She walked everywhere, looking at everything there is to see. She went to many stores and took a tour of Springfield Elementary with Principal Skinner. She went to the Quickie Mart, where she was greeted by Apu. He looked at her in a strange way. The reason is because she is a white bear, with an unusual heart pattern, wearing a pink sparkling dress. Madison told him not to be alarmed because she is nice. Apu was relieved and told her, "Thank you, come again." She walked out to see what else is in store for her. She was greeted by Ned Flanders and was happy to see him. And the story ends there. That's the whole story. I want to die. That was awful. Sorry, Funny Tina 677. Oh my God, Bob's Burgers. Ooh, Ooh. My bones.
Gabe, why did you drink that bone hurting juice?
Oh, I just couldn't help it. It looks so refreshing.
It's just, I think I am uncomfortable. Can you give me the bone healing juice?
Oh, is there bone hurting juice stuff on like literature? Bone hurting juice literature. MLP, the new generation. Okay, and then it's like a pretty realistic drawing of a horse. And then it says, name, iced cappuccino. Gender, female. Personality, blank. I think this is because it's an actual horse. Parents, double diamond X piccolo latte.
What is going on here?
Species, earth pony. It's a horse, dude! It's actually a horse. Average earth pony. Cutie mark, and then it's like a very realistic snowflake with like a bunch of dots near it. Accessories, scarf and beanie. Wow. I don't know how I found this. I searched bone hurting. I searched bone hurting juice on DeviantArt, and I found someone's like self pony named Ice Cappuccino. Dude, there's a ton of these. Piccolo latte. Oh my god, that is gonna be a username for me, man. Piccolo latte. Man. Okay. Wow. How did that come up?
Wow. I killed a guy and his
Whoa,
vehicle
this
moved
is a dank
and
meme.
killed me.
Oh my god. Oh wow. I'm saving this one. That's actually a dank meme. Alright, we'll look at that one later. Okay.
Wait, Gabe, was it a dank meme?
Yeah, it was a dank meme.
Get away from me. Give me that yak skin. Oh my gosh.
What was that? Oh, Bob's Burgers. Literature.
Babayas, burgers.
You just triggered me by appropriating my culture.
Sorry, Gabe. Watch out, eagle! Dude, they're so terrified of eagles. It is ridiculous.
Good night, stretchy pants. Bob's Burgers, Nickelodeon. I should never stop writing, said this therapist at Mayhill Behavioral Health Hospital, because I had BPD. Don't know if that's true, but I think I do need to keep writing. I don't know, maybe it's harmful. Maybe it's harmful to write down the phrase I don't know over and over again when you have a tentative sense of identity to begin with. I want to write myself to sleep right now. I know that I will feel happy when I'm asleep because I won't be conscious and I will want to work out tomorrow if I get a good night's rest. I am tired of today, of my fear of rejection from suicide hotline operators, of the attention-seeking voices of American television. I'm ready to sleep. Wow, that was like kind of dark, and I didn't expect it going in because it's titled "Good Night, Stretchy Pants, Bob's Burgers, Nickelodeon," and it's about someone dealing with their bipolar depression. Wow, wowie,
That was something.
golly gee, that really caught. Wow.
I just wanted to feel good.
Crash Bandicoot. Fanfiction. Crash Bandicoot 3 review. No, I'm not gonna read that. I thought about it for a while. Okay. What do we got? Mandela effect.
skinning one rare animal, and it's like, we need to make sure that you know you're skinning one rare animal.
Look at this. Like, look at how terribly she took this photo. Like, just fully like, what's the worst lighting I could get?
Oh my gosh.
It's honestly horrifying.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that is not a good. Can I see for this thing? I'm gonna see for this thing.
I'm gonna look at threads on our conspiracy, and I'm gonna read those.
Oh, you have to use
I'm gonna
only the
switch
shotgun.
back.
Okay.
All right, Mandela effect.
What's up, NASCAR?
Hey NASCAR, I'm reading conspiracy theories now, not fanfiction, but I hope you enjoy anyways.
Yeah.
Let's see. Ooh, connection between Mandela effect and flu shot.
He said.
Alright.
He said let's play. Oh, probably like online, like multiplayer.
Oh.
Yeah. Late tonight.
No, sorry NASCAR.
Sorry.
We're doing a thing. So, if you like Guy Sensei though, man, stick around.
Dude, yeah.
Oh boy. If you like to protect, but you also like to attack, also stick around because we like that kind of person around here.
Yeah. You protect,
But also you attack. Connection between Mandela effect and flu shot? A self-post on our conspiracy by It Is a Dilemma. I
That's a
posed
dilemma.
2 questions in a Mandela effect related sub. Are you experiencing the Mandela effect, and do you get the flu vaccine? Of the 28 people who said they are experiencing the Mandela effect, 27 do not regularly get the flu vaccine. Most hadn't received any vaccines since reaching adulthood. It could be that the kind of person who would refuse the vaccine is the same kind of person who would trust their own memories in the face of so much contradictory evidence. Or it could be that the vaccinations have something to do with the Mandela effect. Could what is in the vaccines affect memory? Make people more susceptible to a type of hypnosis? Make people less likely to question authority? Are you experiencing the Mandela effect? Do you get adult vaccinations? Have an updo. I myself haven't gotten vaccinations since I've been an adult, and my mom wasn't big on flu shots when I was growing up either. This makes me think it may not be directly related to experiencing ME, but I'm also curious why this could get downvoted and retconned. You're not experiencing ME, right? No, I do experience ME. I misread the statistic about 27 people not getting vaccines and answered accordingly. I feel dumb now after rereading. Facepalm. Let's find another one. It is irrational to deny that the Mandela effect is real. Proof that it's not bad memories. Okay, let me just say this just in case. I see that we have viewers now, and I want to clarify this is like me. I don't believe this is satire. We're just reading it for fun. Anyways, the Mandela effect is not about spelling differences. Yes, Drano is now and has always been Drano. That's Drano with an I versus without an I. But there are more interesting changes taking place. Pat your head and rub your stomach. Did you rub your left rib? What? The Mandela effect is affecting anatomy, geography, history, astronomy, and yes, brand names and logos. Oh, and dead people.
Whoa.
Here are more
That's
of my
too far.
favorite examples of residual evidence. This is proof that something funky is going on. Check it out.
Check it out.
Luke, I am your father. Okay, so
Proof.
okay.
This is definitive.
You know what? This post isn't gonna work. Like, it's a bunch of like links to videos. Okay, let's find what should I look? What do you get? Viewers on the stream? What should I read next? You want fan fiction or you want like bad poetry, crazy conspiracy theories? I could just read Time Cube if you want.
Ooh. Just do that.
Time Cube?
Just start going down the page on Time Cube. I'm all up for this.
Alright. Okay, well, is it still up anyway?
You have to. It's
I
like
found
Time
it,
Cube 2, yeah.
In 1884, Meridian Time personnel met in Washington to change Earth time. First words said was that only one day could be used on Earth to not change the one-day Bible. So they applied the one day and ignored the other 3 days. Bible time was wrong then, and it proved wrong today. This is a major lie. Okay, God, I cannot get through this. This, a major lie, has so much evil feed from its wrong. No man on earth has no belly button. It proves every believer on earth a liar. I do not understand this already.
Dude, it proved...
Children will be blessed for killing of educated adults who ignore 4 simultaneous days, same earth rotation, practicing evil oneness upon earth of quadrants. Evil adult crime versus youth supports lie of integration. One educated are most dumb. Not one human except dead one. Man is paired. 2 half for self. One of God is only 1/4 of God. Bible a lie, and word is lies. Navel connects 4 corner 4s. God is born of a mother. She left belly B signature.
So good, right? You were ready for it.
The fact that he abbreviates it as belly B really caught me. Every priest has ma sign, but lies to honor queers. Belly B proves 4 corners. Your dirty lying teachers use only the midnight to midnight one day, ignoring 3 other days. Time to not foul. Already wrong, Bible time. Lie that corrupts earth, you educated, stupid fools. Belly button logic works. When do teenagers die? Adults eat teenagers alive. No record of their death. Father-son image, not God's. Every man born of woman. Belly button is the signature of your personal creator. I believe her name, Mama.
I believe her name.
Mama. Oh man. Oh, we lost a viewer. Sorry, friend. Pastor told his flock that God created all of them. Truth was that they all had mama-made belly buttons. Church was full of liars. Earth has 4 days in same 24 hours. One day God was wrong. Einstein was onist brain. Try my belly button logic. No God knows about 4 days. It is evil to ignore 4 days. Does your teacher know? Fraudulent oneness of religious academia has retarded your opposite rational brain to a half-brain slave. You ignore 3 of 4 days. Force 4 days on Earth. They already exist. 4 horsemen have 4 days in only 1 Earth rotation. 4 angles stood on 4 corners. 4 corners rotate to 16 corners, which equal to 4 corner days. Teachers are evil liars. The oneness of God is stillness in death. You were oneness, retard on the earth, opposites all your life. Love of God is hate of children. Support time cube or be cursed. I have to wave my arms while I'm reading this. I can't not wave my arms around like a madman. Earth has 4, I keep holding my hand up into a 4 every time I say 4 too. Earth has 4 corner simultaneous 4-day time cube within single day rotation. 4 corner days proves 1 day God is taught evil. Ignorance of time cube. Simple math is retardation.
Oh my gosh, that elephant
evil education,
flew.
damnation. Cubeless Americans deserve and shall be exterminated. Whoa, this is getting too real for me.
Dude.
The
Ignorance of the time cube. Curse upon humanity.
Yeah. I am a knower of 4 corner simultaneous 24-hour days. The use of random underlines and boldings is just amazing.
Right?
Everything is center justified. And and it's just randomly bolded. It's all huge text. Just go to timecube.2enp.com and it is like a trip, dude. Okay. God guys for queer scam enslaves. 4-day cube brain as onist. Vilify teachers for queer swindle tithe from 1 day retarded. It's like gibberish. Half of it is gibberish. Wow, you just murdered a turtle. I'm a little bit upset with you right now.
Got a chunk of flesh.
Till you know 4 simultaneous days rotate in same 24 hours of Earth. You don't deserve to live on Earth. Americans are actually retarded from religious academia taught oneism. Upon an Earth of opposite poles covered by Mama Hole and Papa Pole.
Oh boy.
Upon an Earth of opposite poles It is the absolute verifiable truth and proven fact that your belly button signature ties to Vivaporous Mama. This is like, whoever is watching right now, they're like, man, this is some crazy, like, deep into YouTube stuff, but on Twitch. You know what I mean? This is, like, literally probably the craziest thing. If I were the viewer, like, certainly would be the craziest thing I'd ever seen. Like, it's, yeah. I'm sure this is surreal for somebody out there. Anyways. Life is pulsing opposite mirror pairs. Death is oneness of Godism. One does not exist except in death state. One is a demonic religious lie. Until you can tear and burn the Bible to escape the evil one, it will be impossible for your educated, stupid brain to know that 4 different corner, harmonic 24-hour days rotate simultaneously within a single 4-quadrant rotation of a squared equator and a cubed Earth. The solar system, the universe, the Earth, and all humans are composed of +0 minus antipodes, and equal to nothing if added as a one or entity. All creation occurs. This is underlined. And it's all in red text. All creation occurs between opposites. Academic oneism destroys +0 minus brain. If you would acknowledge simple existing math proof that 4 harmonic corner days rotate simultaneously around squared equator and cubed Earth, proving 4 days, not one day, one self, one Earth, or one God, that exists only as antiside, this page you see cannot exist without its antiside existence as +0 minus antipodes. Add +0 minus as 1 equals nothing. Seek awesome lectures. My wisdom debunks gods of all religions and academia.
Dude, I'm just like killing every rhino I see.
Wow, this game is terrible.
Is that wrong?
I can tell you, Maxwell, that if you kill 4...
If I kill 4, then I'm killing 1 every
4
day.
Yeah. We have a major problem. Creation is cubic opposites. 2 major corners and 2 minor. Mom, dad, and son, daughter. Not taught evil oneism, which voids families. Seek wisdom of cubic life intelligence, or you die evil. Evil God believers refuse to acknowledge 4... I love to imagine that these viewers that we have, these 2 people watching us, have muted the stream and are just watching me play Farcry.
Yeah, that'd be pretty good.
They're just not listening to me at all. Oh my god. Let's skip to some juicy bits. I know that the whole thing is juicy.
Dude. I just want to kill more conquests.
I want to just belly button.
Belly button logic.
I have requested that the UCS, or Union of Concerned Scientists, act to evaluate nature's harmonic time cube principle of creation for the welfare of children, nature, and the future of all humanity. The dumb, stupid, and evil bastards have ignored their obligation to their humanity fellowship to research time cube, and deserve to be spit upon publicly. It is their moral duty to test the time cube, and a curse of evil if they ignore the greatest discovery of humanity. I have offered $10,000 to the evil bastards if they disprove time cube. They can't disprove it, so they hide like yellow belly bastards they are. There is no human entity, just human cubics.
Time cube.
Alright, man, I can't do any more of this.
You can't do any more time cube.
I can't do any more time cube. What's another, like, crazy thing that I can read for a bit? Or whenever you find a logical stopping point in your murder spree, like, we can call it as well.
It's gonna be a while.
Where are you headed?
Nice. Where? I'm gonna hope they do get conflict diamonds.
Alright. Okay. Let's see. What do we got?
4 corner stages of human metamorphosis.
Viewer, do you want to tell me your favorite
I'm not sure there are.
thing for me to read fanfiction of? Yeah, there's a viewer. There's a single viewer. I don't have the stream open.
Oh.
Yeah.
Huh.
Howdy, singular viewer. hope I'm not making it uncomfortable. Okay, let's see. Farcry. Literally anything that you search on DeviantArt will bring up something from My Little Pony. Sonic. Okay, Sonic. Literature.
Big Bob, Stretchy Pants.
Fanfiction. Let's do another Naruto.
Yeah, another Mike guy.
Yeah. So
Mighty rendition.
I'm just gonna search X Reader, you know?
Yeah.
And we're gonna, let's see. Oh god, there's so much. Okay, I need to be more specific. What's a character that we all love and enjoy? That would be nice. X with Reader.
X with my guy. Who'd be great with my guy?
We could do Gaara instead. I could do Shadow X Reader, and we could be Gaara.
Okay, do that.
Okay. Shadow X Reader fanfic. Let's see. There will be love and letdowns, heartbreaks of ones with no hearts, and sacrifice of one another. Wow. Oh man, it's so long. Okay, no. Nope. I'm gonna back out of this one. Alright. Let's make sure this is not like literally porn and then
He protect, but he also protect.
I can't do this. I can't. Man, these are bad. Ooh, man. We'll just like never try and find like Shadow the Hedgehog fanfiction. It's not worth it.
Do you like go really graphic or like really badly written?
It's both.
Okay.
Yeah.
So let's say if it's just really badly written, that just makes it better.
No, it's a different kind of badly written. You know, it's got some nuance. You know, finding like the perfect, you know, kind of bad writing. Whoever our mysterious viewers were earlier did not follow us. So I guess they didn't enjoy Timecube.
Yeah.
It might have been a little much. But that's okay. It was fun. Timecube is a good meme.
I don't have a car and I'm supposed to tail these guys.
You just use it? Boyd. You gotta jump off the cliff, Maxwell. It's to your right. Close to your right.
This would be perfect. If I can get to that car fast enough. I know he's too far away. Just don't get to 200. Don't get to 250. I don't know what the... Oh, the smuggler escaped. Dang it.
Alright, that's a good stopping point, right?
No, because I had to complete the mission. No, you're right. We really need it.
I need to go to bed. I need to go to bed.
But the smuggler is...
The smuggler? Han Solo?
I'm gonna get him.
Oh, I didn't do any Star Wars fanfiction. Next time. Next time on Game Grumps.
I can just follow the smuggler to the vault. I can be detected. That just makes it easier.